Chapter 15 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 15. Only the eye of God can see the universe geometrically. Man, in his infirmity, sees only foreshortenings. Perspective is, so to say, the ideal of visible things. As man advances towards his horizon retreats from him, and the lines that seem to unite in the remote distance remain eternally separate in their eternal conveyance. The point at which love ceases to be per se an occupation is seldom more distinctly defined than the line which divides the fire of the sunset from the calm of the upper sky. Avis's love for her work was as imperious as her love for her husband, and as loyally stubborn to distraction. Said one of the greatest women of this age, success is impossible unless the passion for art overcomes all desultory passions. Avis found herself, by dimly shaded gradations, approaching a condition of serious unrest. She was like a creature in whom two gods warred. Her nature bent, but could not break, under the divine conflict. Yet at this time she looked across it with firm, clear eyes. All would come right. These little household obstacles experience would disperse. They loved each other. What could she fear? The winter passed dreamily. When her husband came home on the bitter nights, her eyes turned to him full of a trust as unreflective and as much in the nature of things, it then seemed, as the trust of the lily in the summer wind. He liked best to find her in the dark, opaque reds of their little parlour, and in the mood of the open fire. She sat with her books or her sketching, or in the shadow at the soft piano. The usual little feminine bustle of sewing he missed without regret. Women fretted him with their eternal, nervous stitching, and fathomless researches into the nature of tatting and crochet. He rather admired his wife for sharing so fully his objection to them. Avis was that rare woman who had never embroidered a tidy in her life. "It is as much of an exhaustion of the nervous centres to my wife to sew as it would be to me," he used to say at this time, "and as much, if not more, of a nervous waste. She shall not do it." It did not occur to him, how should it, that Avis's exemption from this burden was a matter requiring any forethought or management, and he expressed surprise on learning, by accident, one day, that the price of 2 portraits which she had painted, her only finished work, that winter, had gone to cover the seamstress's bills. Avis did not chatter about such things. She had a fine power of selection in her conversation. Had not some one well said that conversation is always but a selection? Which he admired. Certain moods befell her that winter from which he stood far off. Sometimes, when the wild weather deterred her from the brisk walks which her sturdy out-of-door habits had made a necessity to her, he found her pacing the house, up and down, from attic to cellar, in a fitful, and what, in a woman of less self-control, would have been a fretful way. He spoke to her, and received courteous but uncommunicative answers. Her eyes had become 2 beating rebels, for whom his tenderest thought could find no amnesty. Usually at such times she retreated to the studio, which was now established, in a manner, in the attic, and worked fiercely till the early winter dark dropped down. Then he would come up and call her, unless he were too busy. If he came, he found her calm and gentle. She leaned upon his arm as they went downstairs. Avis left the unfinished sketch or painting patiently. She said, "By and by, after a while. I must wait a little." She was still able to allure herself with the melody of this refrain, to which so many hundreds of women's lips have shaped themselves trembling, while the ears of a departed hope or a struggling purpose were bent to hear. Life had become a succession of expectancies. In each experience she waited for her foothold upon another, before finding her poise. There is more than a fanciful symbolism in the law which regulates the drawing of the human form. We must be able to take a straight line from the head to the feet, or our picture topples over. Women understand, only women altogether, what a dreary will-o'-the-wisp is this old, common, I had almost said commonplace, experience. When the fall sewing is done, when the baby can walk, when house-cleaning is over, when the company has gone, when we have got through the whooping cough, when I am a little stronger. Then I will write the poem, or learn the language, or study the great charity, or master the symphony. Then I will act, dare, dream, become. Merciful is the fate that hides from any soul the prophecy of its stillborn aspirations. The winter was over. In the elm tree outside of Avis's chamber window a robin was building a nest, with an eye that withdrew itself like a happy secret. Avis watched the bird with a blind sympathy. She held out her hand, and the little creature ate from it after a decorous hesitation. She felt a lowly kinship with the brooding, patient thing. In May her baby was born, a son. Avis was a little sorry for this, but she did not like to say so. It seemed a rude disloyalty to the poor little fellow. But when his father asked her if she were not content, she said, "If I had a daughter, I should fall down and worship her." It was a delicate, ailing baby, and seemed at first a mere little ganglion of quivering nerves. It cried a great deal. "I don't see what the child has to cry for," said Avis, looking a little offended. The baby's grandfather was there the day that she said this. He put on his spectacles at the precise angle, and with the peculiar rub which he reserved for a pet philosophical problem, and with a lordly reverence took the child's fingers, poor little sprawling antennae, upon his own. "What Aristotle and Leibniz and Kant," he said loftily, "would have yielded their lives to know, you ask, Avis, over lightly. Philosophy will be no longer a fragment, but a system, when it has commanded the psychological process by which one infant is led to weep." Aristotle might have had a chance to find out, Avis thought, if he could have had the pleasure of studying her child for the first 3 weeks of its life. But the professor watched the child gravely. He had a deep respect for a being who could baffle Aristotle. "That baby has cried ever since it was born," Avis wailed one night, exhausted with sleeplessness. "I wish somebody would take it out of my sight and hearing for a while." "Why, Avis," said her husband, "don't you care? Don't you feel any maternal affection for the little thing?" "No," cried every quivering nerve in the honest young mother. "Not a bit." Perhaps, indeed, she was lacking in what is called the maternal passion, as distinct from the maternal devotion. She was perfectly conscious of being obliged to learn to love her baby like anybody else, and really she did not find the qualities which that unfortunate young gentleman developed during the early part of his existence, those which she was wont to consider lovable in more mature characters. She felt half ashamed of herself for being the mother of so cross a baby. She had supposed that children were gifted by their Creator with some measure of respect for the feelings of others. This child seemed to be as deficient in it as a young batrachian. It mortified her, like an evidence of ill-breeding. Avis had never lived in the house with a baby, neither had Ostrander. Their vague ideas of the main characteristics of infancy were drawn as, I think I may safely say, those of most young men and women are at the time of marriage, chiefly from novels and romances, in which parentage is represented as a blindly deifying privilege, which it were an irreverence to associate with teething, the midnight colic, or an insufficient income. Avis herself had not escaped the influence of these golden, if a little hazy, pictures. While she knew, or supposed that she felt, many things not expected of her, and failed to feel others which it was proper to feel under the conditions of maternity, yet she cherished in her own way her own ideals. But of these she did not talk, even to her husband. These it was only for her child and herself to understand. Over these, as over her wedded fancy, nature drew a veil like those casement screens which to the beholder are dense and opaque, but to the eye behind them glitter with a fair transparency through which all the world is seen divinely new. And then motherhood was a fact which had never entered, as in the case of most women, upon her plans or visions of life. It was to be learned, like any other unexpected lesson. But the spring was budding, and in the robin's nest at the window the fledglings chirped, and the tender air stole in on tiptoe, and her strength waxed with the leaping weather, and God made people to love their children, so it must all be well. The kind of dumb terror with which she had lain listening to the child's cry gave place to a calm exultance. Now, in a fortnight, in a week, in days, tomorrow, she could be at work. To be sure, the baby was a fact, but he was matched by another, the nurse. From so fair an equation it was not too much to expect a clear solution. She came out into the sunshine with bounding heart. The soul of the spring was in her. Her most overpowering consciousness was one of deep religious fervour. She thanked God that her life's purpose, for which she believed he had created her, would be more opulently fulfilled by this experience. The baby would teach her new words to tell the world, his sad, wrong world that the birth of a little child had saved. She felt a deepening respect for the baby. She kissed him fervently. It seemed singularly obtuse in him to double up his seriously inartistic fist and put her eye out with blind and smarting tears. "I hope you like him, Avis," said Coy, a little doubtfully, one day in June. He was so preeminently uninteresting compared with her baby that she really felt some uncertainty on the nature of Avis's feelings, and then Avis said so little. "Certainly," said Avis, looking up rather wearily from the week's wash, which she was sorting, a snowdrift fatally deepened by all these little garments whose name and nature were still a mystery to her, and, if the truth must be told, produced more a sense of irritation than of poetry on her fancy, since she did not see that her love for her son required that she should know whether the scallop on his flannel petticoat was ironed the wrong way. "Certainly I like him, but I don't understand why, when he is put on the bed, he doesn't go to sleep. It is very inconvenient, crying so, when it is proper for him to take a nap. Why," said Avis, lifting her grave eyes, "I find him a great deal of trouble." Coy, who thought it quite in the order of things that her baby should be 3 months the older, since naturally Avis couldn't get on, she never had, in any real thing that had got to be done without her advisory counsel, Coy gasped, and felt it useless to remonstrate that morning, even about the little shirts which poor Avis was understood to have trusted the nurse to sew. We hear and think much of the marked days of life, the signal stations of gloom or gladness, the wedding, the birth, the burial, the day that lent its ear like a priest to love's first confession. One may dare assert that amongst these days which quiver to their roots whene'er you stir the dust of such a day, there strikes in the lives of most of us one deeper than they all, that day when we heard the first bitter word from lips which would once have breathed their last to win our kisses. Do you not remember how the sun struck out the figure in the carpet, the refrain of the bird that flew singing past the window, what the pattern of the sofa cushion was on which you sat gazing, how the Parian Venus tumbled from the bracket when, going out, he slammed the door, how she swept away to the piano, and the little polka that she played with bent head to hide the tears? You turned that carpet, you covered the cushion long ago, for economy's sake, you thought. Ah me! It must have been for economy, too, that the broken Venus was never mended, but lies hidden in your bureau drawer, and let me hear you play that little polka, if you dare. Avis's baby selected one July night, when the thermometer stood at 90 degrees in the heart of the little town, to cry, with a perseverance worthy of so noble a cause, from 9 o'clock in the stifling night till 3 in the exhausted dawn, doubtless for reasons which were metaphysically satisfactory to himself. Philip Ostrander, not finding in them any distinct bearings upon the natural sciences, was, as might be expected, less of an enthusiast in the matter. He took his pillow and vacated the scene of action. He had sometime since reached the stage at which a man first perceives the full value and final cause of the spare room, an institution not created, as we have crudely supposed, for a chance guest, but for the relief of the father whose morning duties clearly require a full night's rest. It certainly was plain enough that Mr. Ostrander could not conduct the morning recitation if he had been kept awake all night, and his weak lung forbade his carrying the baby, Avis said. The poor girl wore that terrible July out as best she might, in the deepening reserve which motherhood only of all forms of human solitude knows. On this particular morning she came down late and wan. The fierce, free fire of her superb eyes had given way to the burnt-in look of anxious patience which marks a young mother out from all other young creatures in the world. Her husband sat with a disturbed face at a disorderly table. "Avis," he began, without looking up to see how she was, "the cracked wheat is soggy again." Avis for a moment made no reply. She could not, for sheer surprise. The husband's tone, breaking in upon her exhaustion of mind and body, gave her something of the little shock that we feel on finding our paper give out in the middle of an absorbing sentence. When she spoke, she said gently, but with some dignity, "I am sorry, Philip. I will speak about it." "And the cream," proceeded Philip, "is sour. The steak was cold, and the coffee will give me a bilious headache before night. I really don't see why we can't have things more comfortable." "We certainly must, if they are so very uncomfortable," replied his wife with rather a pale smile, striving, she could hardly have told why, to turn the discussion into a jest. "But you remember you didn't marry me to be your housekeeper, Philip." Philip Ostrander pushed his chair back without a smile, folded his napkin with the peculiar masculine emphasis which says, "I can hold my tongue, for I am a gentleman, but it is doggedly hard work." Then, turning, with averted face, murmured through his closed teeth, "Yes, I remember. I don't know what we were either of us thinking of." With this he took his hat and strode away to college, in the sacred summer light, to conduct the morning prayers of 1,000 perceptive and receptive boys. Avis sat for a little while at the uninviting breakfast table. She tasted the cold coffee, and sent Julia away with her sympathetic, if a little bitter tea. She felt too weak to eat. She looked out into the elm branch, and saw the empty nest which the May robin had left, and dimly thought what an unpleasant look it had, and dimly thought she would get Julia to pull it down. It seemed quite necessary not to think of anything except the nest. Her eyes burned feverishly. She threw herself upon the lounge, and lay with both hands pressed upon them, still as the coins that press the lids of the dead. Presently she rang the bell sharply, and in a strung, strained voice bade that the nurse be ordered to bring the child. He came, poor little fellow, looking as wan as his mother, but as innocent of having made himself an unpleasant fact in the family life as a tuberose is of yielding too strong a sweetness. Avis caught him with something not unlike the passionate love which Arria may have felt for the dagger, and hid her broken face upon the baby's neck, as if she would have hidden it there forever from all the world. When Ostrander came home, he sought his wife all over the house. She was not to be found. The cook said she took her hat and went out an hour since, and the nurse explained that in throwing back the nursery blinds to give the important message which the cook had forgotten to deliver to the grocer's boy, she had thought it likely it was Mrs. Ostrander, as she saw, just beyond the top of the cart, turning Elm Street to the beach. Ostrander pursued her impatiently in the blazing sun. He perceived the flutter of her dress far down against the lighthouse, and when he had overtaken her, he found her creeping along in the shadow formed by that great gorge, so memorable to them both. She did not see him or hear him, and so crawled along in an aimless, dreary fashion, which it gave him a nameless terror to see. Her figure looked so broken, so beaten and weak, that it for the first time occurred to him that the effect of a little conjugal quarrel upon a nature like that of his wife's was not altogether a calculable one. His own words, once spoken in that spot, came back to him as he made his penitent way along the purple gorge, looking from torn side to torn side. It was a perfect primeval marriage. The heart of the rock was simply broken. Had Avis wrought herself into that frenzy of wounded feeling in which weaker women have courted death, as a man with lacerated spinal nerves courts the moxa? He overtook her without her hearing his light step, and manlike, trusting to the sensation to interpret the emotion, barricaded her with both arms, and folded her to his shamed and sorry heart. But Avis glided from his touch like a spirit. Her bent figure heightened grandly, and her unwon maiden eyes seemed to look again from a great height, down upon him where she had swept and stood upon the jutting cliff. Ostrander at that moment felt that to have been permitted to gain the allegiance of the heart we love is but the most tentative and introductory step towards the durability of a happiness whose existence depends upon our being found worthy to retain what we have won. And in feeling this, he felt deeper than he could reason into the joy and pain and peril which weld two individual human souls into the awful fusion which we call marriage. But he said only, "Avis, I was a brute." "No," she said bitterly, "you were only a man." Then repenting, with swift nobility she came to him. "Now it is I who am wrong. Forgive me, Philip." "You?" He gathered her tenderly. She did not repel him. She was worn out with the strain of the night and the glare of the long walk. She did not cry, but she lay in his arms with a dry, sobbing sigh which alarmed him. He caressed her passionately. He sought her pardon in the soul of every sweet sign love had taught him in its first dizzy hours. She submitted quietly, but with an unresponsiveness which afterwards he remembered with disquiet perplexity. The scar which an unkind word leaves upon a large love may be invisible, like that of a great sin upon the tissues of the repentant soul, but for one, as for the other, this life has no healing. Avis did not choose to talk about cracked wheat. There were other things in the world to say, and it was impossible to express, without giving them both useless pain, her inherent, ineradicable, and sickening recoil from the details of household care; and Philip, distraught with his deepening responsibilities at the college, naturally ceased to inquire so often how matters went in the studio. Avis faced her circumstances with such patience as she could command. A weaker woman lets conditions override her, be the lash a divine frenzy or a chronic neuralgia. Avis sadly turned the tense muscle of her strong nature, now to secure a gracious home. The thong which has stung the aspirations of all women since Eve, for love of knowledge, ate and sinned, goaded her on. She said to herself, "It will be a matter, at most, of a few months. When I have mastered this one little house, life waits, and art is long." She made haste to be wise in wisdom that her soul loathed, to clear the space about her for the leisure that her patient purpose craved. But sometimes, sitting burdened with the child upon her arms, she looked out and off upon the summer sky with a strangling desolation, like that of the forgotten diver who sees the clouds flit from the bottom of the sea. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 16. It is the low man thinks the woman low. Tennyson. Thou hast met, found, and seized me, and knowest what my ways are. Hold me, hold a shadow, the wings as they quiver. Hold me, hold a dream, smoke, a track on the river. Theodore Prodinus. John Rose was one of those people to whom one may surrender a confidence and never repent it. This is to say, John Rose had a rare nature, and therefore one which educated him for the peculiar draughts upon delicacy of organization involved in the calling of a Christian preacher. At the outset of his work in Harmouth he had adopted a plan never, to my knowledge, put in use by a pastor in precisely this form, in more than one other instance. Doubtless there are others unknown to me. The experiment resulted from a chance word of his wife's. Coy, with the grasping capacity for self-exhaustion characteristic of the New England girl, had married the profession with the man. She always said, "Our work, our people, our pulpit, and our salary." She flew from the nursery to the prayer meeting, from the mission school to the commencement dinner, from the church fair to the Italian class. Young married ladies losing caste in Harmouth if they do not maintain a palpable connection with that sad, forsaken world which has no baby, poor thing, to interfere with its course of reading. Coy, who had never been considered "religious" before her marriage, and who sorely felt her lack of clear theological acumen, said one day, "John, a minister's business is precisely what? When we talk about saving people, we mean exactly—" "I don't answer conundrums for any other minister," said the Reverend John, thoughtfully calculating the distance from hand to eye between the baby's head and the ceiling, as he stood playing his after-dinner game of human pitch-penny with that remarkable infant. "But I consider my business a very simple affair. The human animal seems to have been, for what inscrutable purpose, you young porpoise, I'll not attempt to say, and you'll never grow up to prove if you jerk yourself over my lame shoulder like that, endowed with what we find it convenient to call, for lack of a better term, an immortal soul." "John," said wife, in the tone she used at tea, treading on his toes under the table when he propounded some doctrine that savoured of laxity, with a conservative supply spending the Sunday. "What's the matter now?" asked John, giving the baby a double twist that the offspring of any less muscular Christianity would have resented. "Have I said anything heretical again to-day?" "I think not. It sounds right on the whole," said Coy anxiously.
But I never know where you'll turn up, John. An immortal soul is all right so far as it goes, of course, John dear. But the trouble I have with theology is I never know what's coming next. And your theology especially, somehow, John, is... You know, I like to have you make it very plain, because the baby is usually mixed up in it a little. There, you'll bump her head. Or else, you see, I find it hard to fix my mind when I'm being kissed. If I'd been intellectual, like Avis, I suppose I shouldn't mind. Certainly it is quite true about the immortality of the soul. But old Mrs. Bobley, you know, the old lady behind the last pillar who always cries in the wrong place, with the ironed purple strings to her bonnet, asked me yesterday what I thought were your views as to the precise nature of the ministerial vocation. I told her I'd ask. She said she hoped you realized, for you were so very young, the awful responsibility which rested on a minister if a single soul in his congregation had never been worried, no, never been warned, that was it, by his pastor. I said I supposed so. And then she asked me if I knew a good recipe for Parker House rolls. But now, John dear, I'll tell you what I think a minister is. He's a kind of doctor, John, don't you see? A soul doctor. I don't pretend to understand about sin. I suppose that's because I've never associated with wicked people. But it seems to me like an awful disease, like scarlet fever. People's souls are sick. Sick, sick all about us, John. And if you can cure them, you know... Amen, said John gravely. Or if you can only ease them a little... Amen, said John again. Of course I don't mean quite by yourself, unless anybody greater were behind, said Coy quickly, slipping with the characteristic reticence of the atmosphere in which he had been bred from explicit expression of the more vital elements of religious feeling. But I've been thinking, John, why shouldn't a minister have an office system like a doctor, and be at home so many hours a day to aching people? It was this suggestion which John Rose, in carrying out almost to the letter, had made so memorable a feature in his Harmouth work. He announced not only from the pulpit and in the vaguely polite ways usually thought sufficient to relieve the ministerial conscience, but literally upon his modest door-plate, like a physician of the body, that he who assumed to prescribe for the health of the soul would be within to patients from such an hour to such an hour, making it in due time quietly understood among the heterogeneous population of the town that he held himself answerable to the call of any creature in any lack, were it of a friend or a pillow, were it of heaven or a dinner, were it of forgiveness or flannels. In the course of 6 months from the inauguration of this project, the young minister's heart and hands were overwhelmed with what Coy called the aching people of a place in which the intelligence of society is almost wholly absorbed in the impartment and the reception of intellectual culture, have a certain bitterness in their capacity and ability to ache, not to be matched in communities of broader and more human interests. John Rose received into his healthy young heart, as within the walls of a newly consecrated temple, these refugees of human fate, on an average, perhaps, to the number of 20 souls each day. This method of labor brought him into contact with what we are wont to term the dangerous classes of society. The walls of that little study listened to strange histories, not often in the chance of human lots, brought across the threshold of delicate homes. Strange figures not known to the pew roll of the central church skulked in on Sunday evenings, and stood, savage, unkempt, like centaurs, up and down the crowded aisles. The heavy pew owners were gratified, and proposed a mission church. "If these men and women go, I go with them," said John Rose, in a deep voice with which his deacons were not familiar. "Turn them out into a mission church if you will, but you turn me there too." So the rich and the poor met together in this young prophet's church, for the Lord's sake, who is the maker of them all. And John Rose bent to his sacred work with awed and humble eyes, seeking only on the knees of his heart to know wherefore he had been found worthy of that fate than which neither life nor death has more glorious to give the Christian pastor, that the common people heard him gladly. That supervision of suffering and sinning homes which his theory of Christian service involved, he assumed at the start in person to an extent which experience compelled him to retrench, but which served to form a peculiar tie between himself and his clientele. He had often invited Mrs. Ostrander to accompany him upon one of these visiting tours at the lower end of the town, and one day she went. It had been an uncomfortable day. The child had cried a great deal. Company had come from out of town just as she had, for the first time for weeks, locked her studio door behind her. The weather was extreme, and it was not so easy as usual to be patient with the heat, to which she was, at best, almost morbidly sensitive. They had taken no vacation this year, at least she had not. Her husband ran down to the beach for a week or so, as usual, with a Harmouth party, the Hogarths and Allens and so on, but boarding at a watering place with a 3 months' baby is a modified form of human bliss which Avis had felt compelled to decline. On this evening she was alone. Philip was out on faculty business. She trod the hot pavement to Coy's home with that restlessness which is the keenest element of physical distress in a New England July day. Coy was busy. It was something about the mosquitoes, but whether they had killed the baby or the baby had killed the mosquito, Avis did not distinctly understand, and did not offer to stay and discover. The fire of the outer air was preferable to the smouldering atmosphere of the house. She joined John Rose gladly, and they descended into the inferno in which the dregs of a large town are to be found upon a July night. It is not to the purpose of this story to dwell upon the sights, which, for the first time in a refined and sheltered life, passed at a town's breadth from them, met Avis's young eyes that night. They were the eyes of a woman tender and true, but they were those of an artist, to whom it had been mercifully given, while her visions were young, inchoate, and quick to dissolve, to be a little colour-blind to misery for beauty's sake. It is enough to say that Avis understood that night how the insight of a single hour, like a torch, may flare out across the width and breadth of a life's work. She understood how great men have seen the drawing of great purposes, the body colour of great inspirations, gone false in the revelation of such hours. She understood how Frere can exhaust an inspiration upon the muscle in the cheek of a sewing-girl starving in an attic, and how Millet was exiled from Paris for daring to paint the misery of a peasant life. Certain sights which she saw that night in the tenement houses of Harmouth pursued her for years with the force of vocal cries. She felt that, when she was at work again, they would syllable themselves, of sheer necessity, in some form. It was still a long time, however, before she recognized in herself what she could presume to call a passion to express the moan of human famine. "One other case," said John Rose, as they turned from the furnace of an attic room in which 3 families dwelt and damned themselves as comfortably as they might. "Just one more, and we will go. Coy bade me be sure and see this woman. Up 3 flights, across the court, if you can make it. The last we heard of her she could not get about, and so her business was falling behind. But we are not to understand that she was knocked down and trampled on. She fell. It is surprising how insecure of foot women with drunken husbands as a class are found to be. She is a very respectable woman, from the country. I got her a little book agency a good while ago, and he doesn't get home very often, and so she gets along. And Coy sent her away for a vacation last year. But I'll just run up and ask how it goes with her." At that threshold Avis shrank instinctively, begging John Rose to go in without her. The woman came out, however, into the stifling entryway when the young minister had completed his errand, and gravely said, "Will you not come in?" She was a dark-eyed, rather delicate creature, with a scar across her forehead. "This is Mrs. Ostrander," said John Rose. "Yes," said the woman after a pause. "Will not Mrs. Ostrander step into my room?" "I was a stranger," replied Avis, giving her hand, which the other, after a moment's hesitation, coldly touched. "I did not feel that I had any right to intrude upon you." "No," said the woman again. "You had not. That is true. But every one is not so ready to see what is right." An uneasy sympathy with a sorrow, more impressive because so foreign to her fancy, led Avis to turn as she went down, and say in her pleasant, womanly way, "If I can be of any use to you, I hope you will sometime come to see me as well as Mrs. Rose." The woman did not reply, but stood and watched them as they felt their way down the dark stairs. She had noticeable eyes, not so much because of their darkness, and they were very dark, as because of their deadness. They seemed either to have lost, or never to have had, the refractive power. They were the colour of cold coal when it is in shadow. They were the sort which gave an uncomfortable sensation of having been once familiar with them, but of having been disgracefully forgotten the where or the when. Avis was dully conscious of such a superstition as she crept down the stairs and out into the oppressive night. She asked John Rose more particularly about the woman, thinking that possibly, when Philip published that text-book which had been coming so long, but never came, he might be able to put the poor thing in the way of some slight increase to her precarious business. But when she spoke to Philip about it, she did not succeed in exciting his interest in the matter, and the chapel bell was ringing him away. Her husband's interests in many things seemed to her, somehow, less vivid than they were. It was while the incidents of the evening spent among John Rose's patients were still cutting keenly upon her memory that word was brought to her one morning that a book agent had called. Something was wrong that day. The baby was sick, perhaps, or she herself was overworn, and she reminded the servant, with some emphasis, of the rule of the house touching the admission of pedlars. "It's not so much a pedlar, ma'am, as a lady," replied Mary Ann, hesitating. "And she's been badly hurt upon the forehead, ma'am." Avis put down the baby. She remembered afterwards that the child clung to her with an irritable persistence. She took his little hands forcibly from her neck, and went. She recognized the woman at once, the scar, the cold eyes, and a certain dignity that held itself through her meagre dress, as well-developed muscles do through obedient tissue. The woman wore grey clothes, and carried a little agent's bag. "I am glad you are able to be out," began Mrs. Ostrander at once. "Mr. Rose told me you had been ill. Pray do not stand." "I prefer to stand," the woman said, waving away the easy-chair which Avis rolled towards her. There was an awkward pause, which her visitor made no motion to break. Avis said kindly, "Can I serve you in any way? Have you a book to show me to-day?" "I did not come to sell you any book. I came to say good-bye. I am going away. I wanted to see you once before I go. I am going to Texas. My husband has come home, and taken the notion to go to Texas. The law compels me to go with him, as if I were a horse or a cow. Women don't think of such things when they marry. I've had a hell of a life with my husband." The woman brought these words out monotonously, as if she spoke of a matter of course, as if she had said, "I've walked half a mile," or "I have had my breakfast." "I am sorry, indeed I am sorry for you," murmured Avis, at a dead loss how to conduct a scene like this. "My name is Jessup," proceeded the book agent in the same tone. "Susan Jessup. I didn't like the man when I married him. I loved another man. But I've got long past that. I never told this before. You're wondering why, in God's name, I've told this to you, Mrs. Ostrander. In God's name, then, I don't know. I didn't mean to. Upon my word, I didn't. Is your husband at home?" The excitement of this Mrs. Jessup's manner had so visibly and suddenly increased that Avis found herself faintly disturbed by it, and stood wishing that John Rose were at hand to take care of his own patients. It was with a perceptible dignity, though gently enough, that she said, "My husband is out this morning. I'm sorry. Could he have done anything to help you? Do you wish to see him?" "No," said the woman abruptly. "He could not help me, and I do not wish to see him. I'm glad he's out. I thought I'd like to know he was out. Perhaps you've heard, Mrs. Ostrander, that I used to know your husband before he was married. My name was Susan Wanamaker. I lived in New Hampshire, in the same town with him." "Why, yes," said Avis slowly. "Yes, I remember. I have heard Professor Ostrander speak of you." "We were great friends once, your husband and I," pursued her visitor with a narrow look at her. "I remember to have heard him say some such thing himself," replied Avis. Her lips had become quite dry, so that she moved them with difficulty, and her words went clumsily. A similar stiffness seemed to have settled upon the action of her mind. Contingencies to which she would not have stooped to give a name pressed in upon her, and seemed to exert a compelling influence upon her speech. She was conscious of choosing her words with a terrible exactness. "Oh, he's told you then, has he?" said Mrs. Jessup sharply. "You knew that I once expected to marry him? I suppose some husbands do tell their wives everything. I never expected that Philip Ostrander would make such a husband." "We have spoken together of you," said Avis slowly. In the pause of her voice, the baby's cry came from overhead. She put out her hand to hold herself by the chair which her visitor had refused. She spoke to this stranger with the ceremonious reserve which the circumstances would seem to warrant. But that sensitively responsive sympathy of hers, which no personal exigency could blunt, led her on to say, "You should have told us, my husband and me, that you were so unhappy, in such need. You must have been most miserable, Mrs. Jessup, to have exposed yourself or me to a conversation such as this. What, then, what now can I do for you to make it worth while for either of us that we should speak in this way?" "I saw you at the funeral," proceeded the other abruptly, disregarding Avis's words as if the force of her own reflection had deadened her power of hearing. "I was up there on a visit. to get away from Jessup for a while. I was there with my old friends. I used to be very fond of Mrs. Ostrander. She wanted it all to go on, before I married Jessup. She thought Philip didn't know his own mind. He wasn't always apt to. Then once I met him here in Harmouth, in a snowstorm, before he married you. And once I went to the chapel church to see you. I don't blame him. Why, I shall see that face of yours till I die. And I'm a woman. He was a man. Oh, you think I've come to taunt and torment you. Women do such things. You think I'm an insolent creature. Some of us are. But I'm not that kind. I'm not jealous. I'm only desperate. I'd like to see the man that was worth, down at the core of him, worth a woman's getting jealous for. The sort of life I've led spreads over you like ivy poison. You distrust the whole lot of 'em because one bad man brushed against you. When I knew him, he was such a handsome boy. Oh, you've got him, and I've got such a brute. That's the difference between us. It's a monstrous difference. It's a monstrous difference." She unfolded her thin hands from the old shawl in which she had held them wrapped while she stood talking, and bringing them together at the knuckles, opened their palms, and spread them out slowly and impressively before Avis, as if they had been facts patent to the conversation. There is a force peculiar to itself in the mere anatomical appeal of an emaciated hand. It is difficult to believe in the grand despair of a person with plump fingers. Avis felt herself growing paler and paler under this pressure. She tried to speak, but words looked distant and small, too small to be gathered up. "Married women don't often look happier than you do," proceeded Susan Jessup a little wildly. "I didn't think Philip Ostrander could make anybody look so happy. He got tired of me. I thought he would get tired of every other woman." "We will not discuss my husband any more this morning, if you please," said Mrs. Ostrander, collecting herself, not with severity, but with a touch of stateliness. "And I think, Mrs. Jessup, if there is really nothing I can do for you, it will be best for both of us to put an end to a scene which cannot be fully agreeable to either of us." "You do it gracefully," said Susan Jessup with a bitter smile, which, however, subsided instantly. "When I found what I'd said, I expected to be sent at once. I hope you'll believe, Mrs. Ostrander, that I didn't come here meaning to make trouble. I didn't even mean to speak about it when I came in, and I'm glad he had the grace to tell you." She turned with her hand upon the door, lifting her face slowly. Avis saw that it might once have been a rather pretty, uneventful country face. "I don't know why I came," she said, rather pitifully. "Why does a woman trust herself to do anything, when she's beside herself with things she can't speak of? That's the worst of being a woman. What you go through can't be told. It isn't respectable for one woman to tell another what she has to bear. When I saw you last week, I wanted to pull you into my room and cry in your arms. But I can't cry." Some expression of sympathy hung confusedly upon Mrs. Ostrander's lips, but she was not sure if she uttered it. She felt herself turning dizzy and faint, and the wild figure in the gray shawl blurred before her eyes. She remembered, however, holding out her hand, and that the other took it with a passionate movement, and held it for a moment like a screen before the embers of her eyes, before she closed the door, and trod heavily across the hall and out. Susan Jessup trod heavily, but her heart was at that moment light with a certain noble joy. We hear much of the jealousy and scorn of women among themselves. It is not often that we are reminded of the quickly flashing capacity for passionate attraction and generous devotion which renders the relation of woman to woman one of the most subtle in the world, and one exposed most to the chance of what we call romantic episodes. This little wretched, excited creature turned her face from Avis with a sense of having divinely outwitted her. She knew perfectly well that Philip Ostrander had never told his wife of that affair, but his wife should never know that she knew it. That day passed much like other days. Ostrander was very busy, and if his wife were a shade more quiet than usual, he was not likely to notice her. He dined with John Rose, and ran in for a little music at the Allens in the evening, and it was late when at last, the child being well asleep, and the women of the house in bed, Avis told him that she wished to talk with him. He said, "What is it, my dear?" He was pacing the room, their own room, looking more than usually comfortable. He was in his richly colored dressing gown, that Avis thought became him. He had an indefinably masculine air of mastery over his circumstances, and enjoyment in them, which it is impossible to put into words, but to which a woman is very sensitive. At that moment, when, drawing his hand easily out of his pocket, he came up and touched his wife under the chin, lifting her face, Avis felt a dull sense of displeasure. It seemed to her excited thought that he touched her lightly,
much as he twirled the great blue silk tassel of the dressing-gown, as if she were, in some sense, the idle ornament of a comfortable hour. She drew her face back, and said with grave abruptness, "Philip, something has occurred which I must tell you at once." "Very well, my dear," said Philip, smiling down. "There was a book agent here this morning. Her name was Susan Wanamaker." "Has Susan Wanamaker been here?" said Ostrander, standing still. "And told me, Philip, in my own house, that she was once engaged to be married to my husband." Ostrander slowly removed the hand with which he had sought to caress his wife's withdrawing face. The lordly silk tassel itself seemed to shrink somehow, as it hung from his side. He took a step back, and thrust both hands again into his pockets. Avis did not look up at him. At that moment a deep instinct forbade her to meet her husband's eyes. It was as if she thus saved herself and him from some vague disgrace or grief. Whatever it was, whatever it could be, that flitted across them, her husband should never have it to remember that his wife had surprised his eyes by a stratagem. She would almost as soon surprise his soul. When she had thus given him time, she lifted her own, dim with her sweet sense of honor, but in his she saw then only that darting, scattered gleam, the quicksilver look. In a deep, displeased voice he said, "And my wife discussed such a matter with a strange woman, a book peddler, before consulting me?" "You wrong your wife," blazed Avis, springing to her feet and holding herself grandly. "I am afraid you have wronged me from the beginning. I am afraid you do not see, my husband does not see, what is wrong and what is right. I don't understand you, Philip." "I don't see what could have possessed Susan," said Philip Ostrander. Perhaps nothing in the range of the English vocabulary would have struck Avis so drearily just then as those few words. She could not conceive of any others which would have so emphasized the distance between the temper of her thought and his. It was a sense of this distance and difference which oppressed her to an extent that, for the moment, obliterated the admission which the words themselves implied. But with his characteristic quickness, Ostrander's manner suddenly changed. He shook his bright hair impatiently, as if shaking off a temporary annoyance, and swiftly turning, threw himself upon the lounge and held out his arms. "Come, Avis," he said in his usual voice. "Come and hear my story now." The slight arraignment of her justice in this appeal touched Avis's delicate sense of honor. True, she had not heard his story. She stirred slowly towards him, and sat down at the other end of the sofa. "Come," he repeated, still holding out his arms. "I can't talk to you over there." "No? Well, then, perhaps I deserve it. But upon my honor, Avis, there is so little in this affair that it never occurred to me to tell you. I suppose Susan Wanamaker did think she was going to marry me once. She was 18, a country schoolgirl, and I was just past 20, a college boy. I found I did not love her, and I told her so. Was there anything dishonorable in that? You see at once the dishonor would have been in going on with the affair." "The dishonor lay," began Avis, but stopped. She could not bring her lips to say that dishonor lay in her husband. "The mistake lay," she went on. "Permit me 1 minute," interrupted Ostrander, "till you have heard me out. Grant that I had a boy's fancy for this girl. Is that such a crime, Avis? Has a man never blundered with a pretty face before? Very well, then. Grant that I did not tell you, and so blundered again. I was wrong, I perfectly admit it. I see it now, if I never saw it before. Poor Susan has made a mess of it, for which I'm outrageously sorry. I wouldn't have had you so mortified for the world. It's a confounded faux pas." "She does not know," said Avis, more gently. "I told her we had talked of you. She thinks you had told me. But the mortification was the least of it, Philip." The mortification was the most of it on Ostrander's face at that moment. His lips murmured some phrase of relief, but his heart took little comfort in it. Susan was not dull, and Avis's marble rectitude of speech was not calculated to make the most of a matter. Who could have thought that Susan would have turned up in this way? Women needed to be guarded against the accidents of their relations to each other as much as against graver indiscretions, though he must admit that his wife seemed to have held herself with admirable prudence throughout a very awkward position. Poor Avis! How solitary she looked over at the end of the sofa, across the color of the cushion. Ostrander at that moment wished with all his heart that his wife might have loved some better fellow. He wished he had that talent for openness, which a perfectly honorable man may yet lack, but of which he felt the want keenly in an emergency like this. He said with genuine agitation, "I was wrong, Avis, quite wrong.
I ought to have told you all about that affair. And it's not quite true, perhaps," he added frankly, "that it never occurred to me to tell you. I think it did, it must have. But I was having such extra hard work of it to win you, do me the justice to remember, and a breath would have blown out my chance. Perhaps the plain truth was I didn't dare talk about it. You were not in a state to be tolerant of a lot of boyish nonsense. And I knew I had nothing wrong or base to hide from you, and every other woman seemed so far away from me after I knew you, and all other feelings so false." Her husband spoke with a tremulous passion which she did not often look to hear now, in the stress and haste of daily care into which marriage seemed to resolve itself, in which it seemed a man and woman must take their love for granted to save time. She yielded to the stir of feeling like a harp to a hand. When Philip said with a delicate reproach in his voice, "After all, Avis, I think I have the worst of it. You have nothing to repent," she crept towards him across the rose-colored cushion with a long, exhausted sigh. She was perplexed at finding herself, at the very moment when her nature had risen most emphatically in rebuke of his, most weakened with the need of his love. Was there always an incalculable element in the radical metamorphosis which wifehood wrought? Was this one of the ambuscades of nature against which a strong woman must perforce go fortifying herself to the end of life? She hid herself, she would have hidden herself from her own consciousness just then, upon her husband's breast. For him, he bowed his head over her in a solemn and solitary shame. He could not know what was in her guarded heart. He felt that he had, in a dim sense, lost the right to know. They sat clinging, but separate. Presently he began to talk to her again of what they had been saying, thinking it most natural and best. He spoke of the night in which he had met poor Susan in the streets of Harmouth. He dwelt upon every detail of the affair which he could recall. The process gave him a late, agreeable sense of candour. He went farther. He told his wife that he supposed he had been a susceptible boy. His fancy, he said, had been a gusty thing till he found her. He had never felt quite sure that he was capable of a permanent feeling till he loved her. He spoke sadly, as we speak of a misfortune of the nature as distinct from a fault. Aristotle ranks confidence as one of the passions. Avis felt rather sorry for her husband, and feared she had been too harsh. And then the baby cried, and she went to him, and Philip went down to finish the article on the electric battery. It was late when he came upstairs again. He found Avis fallen asleep upon the lounge, half wrapped in the shoulder robe from the hammock. The rose and white silk was fading, like all the other little fancies about the house. His wife's face, too, seemed to have faded with the rest of the bridal brightness. She had thrown herself down with the especial grace which great exhaustion gives to a lithe figure. Avis was too much of an artist ever to choose an awkward pose. She would have writhed under one, he thought, had she been dead. If she had been alone in the universe, she would have thrown that firm hand of hers, upon which no eye should ever rest, with just that slowly surrendered outline across the happy pillow. Her hand was a trifle worn, too, like her cheek. Her husband stood looking down. There swept and gathered upon his face an expression which it was as well for both of them, perhaps, that Avis did not see. Whether it were most of self-reproach or self-pity, of tenderness or terror, it were hard to say. Whether he the more distrusted himself at that moment, or the more believed in her, perhaps Philip Ostrander could not, for his soul's sake, have answered. He stooped and kissed her. He was more in love with his wife just then than a busy man can afford to be every day in the year. Avis stirred, and lifting her hand, gravely drew his face beside hers on the pillow. She did not tell him that she had not been asleep. She listened to the faint tapping of the elm bough upon the window. A dreaming bird chirped in its nest somewhere in the summer night. In the sensitive, windless distance, the college boys were singing Kinkel's "Soldier's Farewell." The wildly swelling words came up, "How can I bear to leave thee?" The mournful monotone of the frogs piped from the meadows beyond the town, and under all fitful music she heard the chant of the eternal sea. Afterward she wondered how it would have been, daring to wish that they had died that night, they two, dumb with the sweetness of reconciliation and resolve. Nay, they three, Philip with the boyish love and laughter in his eyes, and the baby sleeping in the crib, and she herself just then content to have it so. It was Philip who was wakeful that night. Visions which he would have just then gone blind to forget electrotyped themselves upon the half-lit room. Long, odorous country twilights, the scent of honeysuckle about a farmhouse door, the pressure of confiding fingers on his arm, the uplifting of a young face,
the touch of trustful life, pursued him rather with the force of sensations than reflections. With these came other ghosts, incoherent fancies, aimless fevers, nameless dreams. He shielded his eyes from the nursery lamp, watching the unconscious face of his wife with a fine envy which only a noble soul, or the nobler side of an inharmonious soul, could have commanded. She only of themselves, he said, was the truly married. He could think of no lesser joy which he would not have sacrificed just then, if he could have brought to her that absolutely unmortgaged imagination which she had brought to him. He drank the ashes of his own nature in silence, as soldiers swallow in their wine the cinders of their worn-out colours before unfurling new. Faint and more faintly in the distance, from the now dispersing boys, the cry came up, "Farewell, farewell, my own true love." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 17. Men think that it is ungrateful to the Creator to say that it is the design of Providence to keep us in a state of constant pain. But were our joys permanent, we should never leave the state in which we are, we should never undertake aught anew. That life we may call happy which is furnished with all the means by which pain can be overcome. We have, in fact, no other conception of human happiness. Kant. "The worst of it is the babies," said Aunt Chloe, giving a severe twist to her flower-pots that would have estranged the devotion of anything else than the verbenas. But verbenas are not sensitive. One knows about how far one can go with them. "I don't see but the worst of it always is the babies in this world," she proceeded, and prayed next minute to be forgiven for so unevangelical a sentiment. Aunt Chloe was so stubborn to the advance of civilization that she still held that the Lord never sent more mouths than he could fill. She would have thought it very unwomanly to confess to Avis her conscious lack of enthusiasm at the birth of this second child. She blamed herself, that in her honest heart poor Avis's experience of motherhood gave her so much more anxiety than pleasure, and attributed it all to the fact that Mr. Ostrander would use homeopathic remedies for the croup. And now, "Who is going to prepare Avis for this?" asked Aunt Chloe, turning her back on the verbenas without ceremony, and standing on tiptoe laboriously to remove a bit of lint from her brother's coat-collar while she spoke. It was not necessary that they should meet each other's eyes. When a literary man is in any kind of trouble, he does not want his women-folks to know too much about it. That Aunt Chloe thought might be easily understood, even in a business family. When the professor said shortly, "I suppose I must tell her myself," going out and letting the wind take the door behind him, she said, "Poor Hegel," and wondered if the arbutelon overheard her. And then she went to start a lemon cream for his dinner. She remembered that she gave him lemon cream the day the President vetoed that plan about the postgraduate courses, and what a comfort it seemed to be to her brother. And then, perhaps, poor Avis would taste of it, and there really was no hurry about the child's shirts. Aunt Chloe, like the rest of the world, had expended all the poetry of her allegiance upon the first baby. It did not seem so necessary to crochet the edges of things for this one, poor little lassie, and she had put fully 5 cents a yard less into the flannels. Mrs. Ostrander's little girl was 4 weeks old, 4 weeks that very day, as the professor, heaven knows how, chanced to remember on the way to his daughter's house. He was rather proud of himself for thinking of it, and made the most of the little matter. He was nervous over what he had to say. He thought he had never seen Avis looking so poorly. He took the child from her, for she held it rather listlessly across her arm upon the rose-red lounge. He lifted the little maiden upon his knee well nigh as tenderly as if she had been a leaf from the Rhetoric or Poetic in the original autograph. When the boy ran in, he gave him a cough lozenge and said, "And how is Van Dyck to-day?" with a sense of unusual originality of expression. In his heart the professor was rather glad that day that the boy had not taken a family name. Avis had never been heard to express a wish to name her son for his father. She did not try to explain either to herself or to another why this was.
We do not always remember that a woman seeks and finds two perfectly distinct beings in one and the same man. For herself, she can afford to love a human creature; for the father of her child she demands a god. That very weakness in his nature upon which she will abnegate herself, which perhaps she will lower the tone of her own soul to idealize into a perversion of strength, she will defy like a lioness in its transmission to her son. But Avis did not talk, even to her own husband, much about her children. There were throes of the soul in her strong motherhood which it was no more possible to share than to share a physical pang. When the professor had repeated, "And how is Van?" and asked the 4 weeks' baby, in the anxious tone of a man who expects a reply, if she were sitting quite comfortably, he found that he had exhausted his nursery vocabulary, and when he had said helplessly, "Are you quite well to-day, my dear?" and when Avis replied that she was gaining slowly every day, his mind proved to be perfectly barren of any further phrases logically consequent upon the premise formed by the morsel of humanity upon his knee. He began therefore at once, but with a certain hesitation, to which Avis's transparent face became magnetically alive. "I came for a special purpose to-day, Avis. I want to have a little talk with you about your husband." "Van," said his mother immediately, "run into the nursery." She spoke to her 2 years' baby in a tone which assumes both intelligence and obedience in the listener. "Marianne, take the child. Take both the babies, and do not bring them back till they are sent for. Now, father, what is it? What has Philip done?" She raised herself upon the pillow with a sharp motion. The deep circles about her eyes seemed to widen, like the circles in the sea into which a blazing jewel is sinking. "He has not done anything," said the professor nervously, "and that is exactly the trouble." "Do you mean," asked Avis in a rapid, businesslike tone, "that my husband is not giving satisfaction in the university?" "Somebody must tell you," pleaded the poor professor. "I thought you would rather, perhaps, it would be I." "Walk the floor, father," said Avis after a moment's silence. "You will feel a great deal more comfortable. Don't mind me." The professor, with a sigh of relief, thrust back his chair and trode heavily to and fro. The floor of the room shook beneath its faded roses. "Now," said Avis after a slightly longer pause than before, "now tell me all about it. I am quite ready to hear. Stop. To begin with, does Philip know this?" "I do not know. Probably not. There has been no direct expression of dissatisfaction made to him as yet. How sensitive he is to the indirect command of the situation, it is not possible to say. There is a committee of the board in town to-day. That is why I have annoyed you with it. Probably the matter will be taken up at once in some form. I thought you would prefer, and he, that you should be forewarned." "Thank you, sir," said Avis in a low voice. "The trouble is," began the professor, and stopped. "The trouble is?" prompted Avis gently. "That your husband does not attend to his business," said her father desperately. "The department is running behind. It ought to be one of the most brilliant in the college. Under Professor Cobin's day it acquired a prestige which, of course, makes it difficult for a younger man, any younger man. I thought Mr. Ostrander was equal to these difficulties. He is not. That is about all." "Still, I don't understand," urged Avis. "Is not Philip enough of a man for the position? Did you overestimate his ability to start with? In plain words, has he not the brains for it?" "He has the brains for anything," exclaimed the professor irritably, "that he chooses to apply himself to. It is not his ability that has been overrated." "What, then?" insisted Avis. "Does my husband shirk?" She brought the ugly word out with a keen emphasis with which it was not possible to parley. "Certainly," she added with a momentary flash, "he is not an idle man. He works hard. Philip is rather overworked than underworked. I think he is always busy. I do not in the least understand where all this activity has gone to, if it has not gone into the department." "It is not easy to say where it has gone," replied her father nervously. "I doubt if he knows himself. It is not quite fair to call a man a shirk, perhaps, while he is occupied in so many... But the trouble is they are not the right directions. He bends himself to too many things. Now it is electricity, now it is magnetism, then it is a process for utilizing coal gas. Just now it is a new method for blowing up caterpillars, blowing up fiddlesticks. His business is in his classroom. He ought not to see 1 inch beyond the faces of those boys this 5 years. He ought to absorb that morning recitation as the old Hebrew prophets swallowed the scroll on which the word of God was written. Every fossil ought to be a poem to him. He shouldn't be able to say, 'Old red sandstone,' without a thrill. He should have conquered his lecture-room by this time. There is a soul in science. He should have handled her body reverently for her soul's sake. He should have overwhelmed that class with his inspirations as the deluges have overmastered the mountains. When every man in it worth educating could get an enthusiasm out of a chip of granite, when a man he'd marked down on examination would huzza for him in the street, when the college papers were afraid to lampoon him, then he might have taken to his magazine writing, and his what-not, and the more welcome. When the college could afford to be proud of him was the time to let the world know that such a man as Philip Ostrander was in it. Well," the professor brought himself up short before his daughter's sofa with burning eyes, "I am tiring you, Avis. It is a great pity. It is all a pity."
"Then Philip has done none of this?" proceeded Avis authoritatively. "He has been impatient, volatile. He has—" She paused.
"He has shirked the drudgery of the classroom," said her father in a lower and calmer tone. "He got weary of it. He has dissipated himself in unconsequent ways. He has no more business to be giving popular lectures on physiology, or writing poetry for the newspapers, than I have to set up a milliner's shop on the college green. It is too bad, too bad. But, my dear, I'm tiring you."
"The trouble—" began Avis, hesitating.
"The trouble with your husband, my child," said the professor with something of gathering enthusiasm in his manner, as though he propounded a well-involved metaphysical problem to a rather superior class. "The trouble is an extraordinary lack of intellectual constancy. It really is nothing worse, my dear," he added soothingly. "It does not prevent him from possessing all those domestic virtues which have doubtless endeared him to you, and I must say," tremulously, "to myself as well. I have been very much drawn to the young man, as to a son. After we have adjusted ourselves to this blow, my dear, something else will open for him. I see no reason for indulging in any undue regrets. As for yourself—"
"Should Philip resign at once?" demanded Avis in the metallic tone which resolutely suppressed feeling gives to a tender voice.
"It may be. I cannot tell till after the meeting of the board. It is impossible to say what will be done, or when, about a successor. But it will not be expected that his resignation shall take effect before the end of the year. That will give us 6 months to look about us in," added the professor, rather miserably. He came and stood beside his daughter, looking compassionately at her. He did not seek to offer her a consolation which her nature would inevitably reject. Her lip did not tremble. She had the half-recoiling but wholly patient look of one who was adjusting herself to a familiar experience in a slightly altered form. She put up her hand and said only, "Thank you, father." And he said, "There, there, my dear." And then the little boy ran in, with Marianne and the baby behind him. Avis gathered both the children in her arms with a quick and passionate motion. Her heart said, "Oh, what have we done to bring them into this world? What have we done? What can we do?" But her lips said nothing at all. "The little folks interfere with the studio just now," said the professor awkwardly, coming back when he was across the threshold of the room. He was sick at heart to say some tender word. If her mother had lived, he thought, this might somehow have been spared. Whenever Avis was in any trouble, he always said, "If her mother had lived." The great professor was as unconscious of any logical flaw in this sweet inconsequence as the lover is of the laws regulating the circulation of the blood in the lip he kisses. "Yes, papa," said Avis, falling back into the pretty girlish fashion of speech that she had scarcely outgrown before her marriage. "But as soon as you are about again, and the little girl begins to grow, we shall have some more pictures, I hope, my dear." "Yes, papa," patiently. But she said nothing more. It did not seem to help anything to talk about it. And then the baby began to cry, her little daughter, her woman-child. Avis looked at her and said, "You too, you too." It seemed to her just then more than she could bear to know that she had given life to another woman. When her husband came to her with the news a day or two after, she had so far adjusted her mind to it that she was able to receive its announcement from himself in the only way which, long after, she could have recalled without regret. He came in looking very pale. She had heard him coughing in the hall. The day was damp. He threw himself heavily upon the lounge and said, Has your father told you what has happened?"
"Yes, Philip."
"How long since?"
"On Tuesday."
"Some way or other," said Ostrander irritably, "I have offended Coben. He has been more or less cavalierly in his treatment of me this long while. When it's time for a man to die, he can never understand why other men are alive. He opposed me about the museum. He complained of my Star Course lectures. I haven't raised a point in faculty meeting this year that he hasn't voted down. I attribute this disaster entirely to the cause which has ruined so many a young man, the jealousy of his senior colleague."
Avis made no reply. She could not speak just then. It did not seem a sane expense of words, which at best must be hard to choose. She let him dribble on petulantly for a few minutes. Her boy at her knee was vociferously claiming it an evidence of extraordinary maternal depravity that his little sister was not allowed rubber boots with which to go to walk with him. The child's voice and his father's chimed together oddly. She stood apart from them, these two intensely wrought male personalities, with whose clamorous selfism it was impossible to reason. It struck her unpleasantly at that moment that Van might be like his father, if he lived to grow up. She pushed the boy a little away from her, then drew him penitently back. "What in heaven's name is going to become of us," Philip was saying, "is more than I can see. The mere mortification of it is enough to kill a stronger man than I am." "Never mind, dear," said Avis, exactly as she spoke to the child. She came up and bent over the lounge, passing her strong hand across his forehead and hair, with the magnificent maternal motions which her fingers had learned more slowly than those of most women, but more passionately. When he said, "My head aches horribly," she stooped and kissed him, and said, "My poor boy." It was impossible for her to render anything more reasonable than tenderness to a humiliated man. "It is hard for you, coming just now," said Ostrander rather as an afterthought. "I wish the children were not both babies. It's a confoundedly tough thing for a man with a young family to be turned adrift in this way. I should have thought," irritably, "that your father's influence might have prevented it. But it seems he couldn't or didn't exercise it. I shall write my resignation to-morrow to get it off my mind. Ought you to stand so long, Avis?" "It does not hurt me." But she sank wearily down upon the edge of the lounge. Philip did not move to make room for her, but lay with his brows knotted with pain, and his restless eyes flitting about the room. She slipped down upon her knees, and so knelt, crouched and cramped, till the life of her sensitive hand had spent itself upon him. "The pain is gone, thank you," he said at last, politely. Avis rose at once and took a chair. In these days, if she caressed her husband, it was with a sufficient and distinct reason. The time had tripped by when he expected her to sit within reach of his hand, within vibration of his breath, within the maze of all that sweet young folly which is wiser than the love of the ages to those who love. It was so with all married people, she supposed. "Whatever," began Philip, "is to turn up next?" "Whatever we do next, I hope we shall be able to persevere in it," suggested Avis gently. She was not a woman of reproaches. Philip Ostrander's wife never nagged him. He shrugged his shoulders now, and said, "Perhaps it is all for the best. I was worn out with that eternal classroom," rather sullenly. Then he complained of the draught, and said that he had taken cold, and asked what on earth the baby was crying about now. Avis's heart brooded over him, seeing him so irritable and weak, as if he had been a wounded thing. She drew a little nearer, and began to plan and purpose for him, as she would for an excited boy who had got into a scrape. She brought the whole machinery of her superb imagination to bear upon their future. She presented it to him in the colors of courage and the ardors of hope. She spoke with a cheer and assurance that rang hollow to her own forebodings. Ostrander warmed at this tremulous fire. He talked of his command of the languages, of his medical education. He thanked heaven that he had never been a man of one idea, and now whatever versatility it had pleased Providence to endow him with would serve them through this emergency till another position offered. Avis listened, and said, "Yes, Philip." She sat with her face turned from him. "Of course it will be impossible to meet the first annoyance of this by living along here," said Ostrander, in a tone that admitted of no reply. "I must get abroad for a month or so at the end of the year, but I think we can manage that. And as soon as I return I shall take to lecturing. It is impossible that we should get into a very tight place. I am not sure that the freedom of such a life will not be better for my health. Whenever I get strong enough to go under the harness of all this drudgery again, some other college will be ready for me. At least, a good American can always go West. We won't give up the ship for one blunder, Avis."
He put out his hand to her affectionately. He thanked her for her courage and consideration. He was afraid he had overwearied her in her state of health. His spirits and his tenderness rose together, and Avis to herself said, with a leap of her strong heart, "No, we will give up nothing, not for many blunders." She gathered him under the wing of her great love with a kind of fierce maternal protection. Her husband, the man who had won her lost freedom from her, the life of her life and soul of her soul, hers in his weakness as once in his glittering strength, hers in the fault and folly as in the beauty and brilliance of his nature, still hers, for still he loved her. Nothing could snatch that from her. Her one sure fact, abiding calm above the gusty weather of her life. Philip loved her. Let the rest go. Why should she fret? "It will all come right," she said, letting her hand drop reticently into his. "There are two of us, Philip, to try again." She was glad to see him catch the glow of her strong spirit so quickly. She smiled when he got up nervously, and walked the room, calculating the expenses of the European trip. It pleased her better, she said to herself, than if he had stayed where he was and stopped to fondle to her. And she never told him, when, her strained nerves being too receptive, she caught the headaches which she had cured. She threw herself down wearily and watched him. She thought she could never have noticed before that uncertain curve in his delicate lips, perhaps that little something in the shape of his head which had always troubled her. Was it a deficiency in the organ of tenderness? Either the cause or the effect, as Lavater would have put it, of some weakness in the nature? Ah, well, poor Philip! Her heart assumed a new burden, as if a third child had been born unto her. Was it possible that her soul had ever gone upon its knees before the nature of this man? So gentle had been the stages by which her great passion had grown into a mournful compassion, her divine ideal become this unheroic reality, the king of her heart become the dependent on its care, so quietly had this come about, that in the first distinct recognition of it all, she felt no shock, only a stern, sad strain upon the muscle of her nature. There was indeed a certain manhood in her. It is latent in every woman, and assumes various forms. Avis possessed it only in a differing degree, not in differing kind, from most other women, an instinct of strength, or an impulse of protection, which lent its shoulders spontaneously to the increasing individuality of her burden. She spoke to her husband out of a deepening self-restraint, down whose solitary corridors she did not suffer herself to look too closely. She bowed to the great and awful law of married story, by which, so surely as life and love shall one day wear themselves to death and calm, we may know that it shall befall the stronger to wear the yoke of the weaker soul. But late that night, when the wind was high about the house, and the firelight, dying, flung wild shapes upon the walls, Avis got up, and went into the little room where her children were, to think it all over alone with them. She could not sleep. The shadow of their disordered future, of her own dishonored aspiration, of bedraggled ideals, of clambering fears, sat heavily upon her. Her thought flickered confusedly, now upon her own unfitness for the cares of motherhood, now upon the lapse of time before they should have Van's school bills to pay. Then, as the child stirred, coughing slightly, she must sit mourning about it, and wondering what else he had inherited from his father besides his delicate lungs. Then her imagination flew like a bird into a clouded sunrise, across the future of her little daughter. She turned from one little face to the other. She gathered them under her knotted arms half savagely, as if she would shut them in from the chance of this awful gift called life, which she had imposed upon them. It seemed to her a kind of mortal sin that she should have bestowed upon her children a father whom she might not bid them kneel to worship. She felt a sense of personal guilt for every pain or peril that was in store for these two poor little confiding creatures, her children, their children, to be reared in a sick and poor and struggling, and perhaps, heaven only knew, an inharmonious home. "Nothing can make this right," she said, and fell upon her knees beside them, constrained by that mute prayer without ceasing, through which all lofty motherhood draws the breath of its strong life. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 18. The effects of weakness are inconceivable, and I maintain that they are far vaster than those of the most violent passions. Cardinal de Retz. Ce temps où le bonheur brille et soudain s'efface,
comme un sourire interrompu. Victor Hugo. It is said that Greenland, 5 or 6 centuries ago, was temperate. Parts of Siberia were once mild. Sulphur past the point of fusion, at a higher degree of temperature, consolidates again. Perhaps most married people reach a point where, for the time being, they consider their union with each other to be the greatest mistake of their lives. Fortunate are they who pass this period, as the younger and more irritable passion may, within a year or 2 after the wedding day. It is the slowly growing divergence, as it is the slowly gathering attraction, which is to be feared. That tether galls most terribly from which the satin surface is longest in wearing down. Avis and Philip Ostrander had been married 3 years and a half. She was thinking of this one night rather sadly, more leisurely indeed than she might often think of anything in that careworn summer. Beneath the pressure of their increasing anxieties, and the more clamorous strain of the nursery, her elastic strength had at length surrendered. For the first time in her life she had been dangerously ill. Stung with the immediate needs of their position, in the heart of July she had put the new-born baby off her knee, and gone up into the hot attic studio to finish a portrait. Then came the old and commonplace story, any woman knows it. Why the children must needs select that precise time to have the whooping cough? Why the cook must get married the week before commencement? Why Philip must just then and there have an attack of pleurisy? Why the New York relatives, unheard of for years, should come swarming in on Class Day? Why she herself should come down with diphtheria the evening that Philip's resignation was accepted? Such questions eternity alone can be long enough to answer to the satisfaction of some of us. A fig for the mysteries of fate, free will, foreknowledge absolute, the origin of species or pre-Adamic man, when in teeth of it all, flat comes the professor with rheumatism, and Aunt Chloe even cannot be spared to High Street. It was very kind in Barbara Allen to make the offer. Really there was no one else to be had. And Barbara was always kind. She certainly had a genius for the sick-room, as Philip and Avis agreed. Avis accepted the attention gratefully, dropped her household in Barbara's hands as gladly as the escaping soul may drop the dying body, and proceeded immediately to be as ill as she knew how. Her sickness was characteristically intense, and culminated rapidly. Stirring one day out of the famine of exhaustion which renders that disease, when fatal, a peculiar prolongation of the agony of dissolution, she caught an expression upon her husband's face which absolutely aroused her. "Philip," she said, "am I going to die?" "Oh, God knows!" he had cried, before he could be silenced. Avis had not thought of it before. She lay a few moments perfectly quiet. She did not, like that great creature to whom late happiness brought an early death, to whose genius love was superadded, only that both might mercifully sleep before the conflict of ages should befall which had set these two at odds in women. She did not cry out, "God will not separate us. We have been so happy." No, not that. Afterwards, she remembered that she did not think about her husband at all. In one supreme moment the whole future of 2 motherless children passed before her. One of those clairvoyant flashes which sometimes seem to make motherhood a form of prophecy flared out across these unconscious lives for whose creation she was responsible. Oddly enough, the thing presented itself to her in isolated pictures, as if she had been turning the leaves of an illustrated book. She saw Van, a large boy in jackets that did not fit, come home with his rubber boots wet. Nobody told him to change them, so he had the lung fever, and the nursing was poor, so he got the cough. As distinctly, she saw him skulking in from college one night, a moonlit night. He swore as he came up the steps. There was something wrong, but he did not tell his father. Van would never confide in his father. Then she saw her little daughter. Avis was sure that she knew what her daughter was like before the child was a week old, a reticent, solitary little girl, hating her patchwork, always down by the sea, as full of dreams as a dark night, and as impenetrable. Her daughter, brought up by another woman. There probably would be a stepmother. Rather a pretty woman, Avis thought she would be. Philip's taste was fastidious. Well bred and a little dressy, a member of a Harmouth reading club, but without a career. Probably her bread would always rise, and she would turn the studio into an excellent lumber room, with everything done up in camphor, and carefully shaken twice a year on account of the moths. "Doctor," she repeated, "is it death that is the matter with me?" The baby, as her mother spoke, began to cry from the adjoining room.
not crossly, as the boy used to, but with a low, confiding wail. Avis could never be impatient with her little girl's cry. Van, too, came trotting up vociferously, demanding behind the sick-room door to be let in and ask mamma why he couldn't get the kitty through the ice-cream freezer. His voice, as his father hushed him, died away rebelliously. A singular upheaval of immoral nature seemed to Avis to take place in herself, something stronger, because more vital, than the revolt of the will or the physical recoil against death. Her children assumed the form of awful claims upon her conscience. They presented a code to her, absolute, imperious, integral with the law of God. "It is wicked," she said aloud. "It is wicked for the mother of two little children, babies, to die. Doctor, you should have told me I was in danger of committing such a mistake. I will not do it. Do you understand? I will not die. Call in my husband. Tell him to kneel down there and pray. God understands about this. It is my duty to live." Magnificently she set herself moment by moment to conquer death. She counted the dropping of the medicine which she could not swallow, the passing of her pulse, the beating of her heart, the ticking of the watch. She cast the whole force of her nature upon that die. Her will rang iron to the crisis. She repeated at intervals, "It is my duty to live." She continued the struggle for 3 days, growing weaker. On the 4th she swallowed brandy, on the next her medicine, beef juice on the next. Every physician knows such cases. "The soul makes her own body," said the great physician Stahl. Avis recovered rapidly. Perhaps the inevitable reactions of convalescence told more heavily upon Ostrander than upon most people. His mercurial sensitiveness to discomforts rose as the excitement of danger ebbed. The annoyances of sickness acted upon him like cologne upon a blooded dog. If any reader fail to understand the force of this simile, let him put the experiment in practice. Ostrander had never been able to remain within hearing of the children's cough. Once, when the boy was ill, long ago, worn with watching, Avis had asked him to take the baby a while. He said, "Oh, certainly," and paced the floor with Master Van, who was black in the face with vocal disapprobation of the arrangements, for half an hour. Then Avis heard Philip say through his clenched teeth, "I'll get a nurse for this child to-morrow, if it costs $12 a week." She never asked him to take the babies again. On this particular night, when it occurred to Avis to lie thinking just how long they had been married, he had come up after tea and said, "Nicely to-night, Avis?" And she had said, "Thank you, Philip." And he had asked, "If we leave the doors open, will it not rest you to hear a little music before I go out?" And she had repeated, "Thank you, Philip." And then he had said, "Pellet makes a mistake using so much camphor in your case," and had kissed her forehead and gone away. She tore the bandage off her throat when he had gone. Philip was always fastidious about scents. No wonder this kept him out of the sick-room so much. She felt a little solitary, listening to Barbara's fine execution downstairs as the twilight came on; but she was glad and grateful to have Philip amused. Barbara was playing the Adelaide, then the operas, Trovatore, Lucia, Faust. Everything she touched to-night had the sway of familiarity; everything was full of arias, of it was not easy to say what. Barbara was not a woman of strong emotions. She possessed, however, abundant sensitiveness to strong effects. Avis thought how long it was since her husband had asked her to play to him. She remembered the day when he had said beneath his breath, "What a touch!" But now Barbara had begun to sing. She sang, "Oh, dinna ye mind, young man," she said, "when the red wine ye were spillin', how ye made the cup gae round and round, and slighted Barbara Allen." Barbara was still playing, when, pliant to the quiet temper of returning strength, Avis fell asleep. When she waked, it was late, and the house was still. The door was open into the hall. Philip, in coming up, must have forgotten it. He usually came in, but now that she was so much better, sometimes merely looked in, on his way to the little blue room which he occupied. Avis rose to shut the door. As she did so, she glanced at her watch. It was 2 o'clock. The gas in the hall was still lighted, and they could not afford to waste gas in these days. Thinking it a pity to wake the nurse, and feeling her strength rather rising than falling with the exertion, Avis flung over her wrapper a shawl, the carmine one, folding it about her face and head, and crept along, hand over hand upon the balusters, clinging with care. Her bare feet made no sound upon the carpeted stairs; not a board creaked beneath her tread she noticed, as she crawled down. Halfway down the stairs, she was surprised to hear the sound of a voice, low and irregularly articulate. No, voices, two.
The sound came from the parlor, and then she saw that the parlor door too was open, and that the room was still lighted like the hall. She was for the moment slightly startled. There was usually a little tramp and burglar panic in Harmouth in the early autumn nights, and usually with some reason. Then she remembered that Philip had said something of an appointment with an Englishman, with a notion about making telegraphy subservient to audible speech. But she crept on to make quite sure and safe, staggering a little, holding by the wall, and so into the doorway. It was not the Englishman. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 19. Pro. How long remained the fickle true to thee? Epi. Her vision still is true, 'tis ever near me. Goethe's Pandora. Barbara Allen sat on the piano-stool, leaning backward, one elbow upon the music-rack, and the poise of her pleasant figure resting upon the bruised white keys. The sheets of music lay scattered about. One or two had fallen to the floor. They lay with disordered leaves. A hand surprised by some momentary disturbance would have dropped them so. Barbara's touch was habitually self-possessed, that of few women more so. Barbara's head was bent. Her bronze curls fell against her cheek, sweeping clean that fine profile from the comb to the curve of the neck. There were traces of agitation upon her face. Philip Ostrander sat beside her. He had drawn his chair so that its edge and the edge of the piano-stool collided. The hardly acquired housekeeper's impulse in Avis noticed this, even at that moment, and she thought how the varnish was getting rubbed. One of Ostrander's arms was stretched out, his hand resting upon the bass keys. It could not be strictly said that it encircled Barbara's waist, but there was no back to the piano-stool, and Barbara was tired. In his other hand he held, alas, he held her own. There were dimples in Barbara's fingers. She had cool, clear-cut, conscious nails. She had put her hand in Ostrander's, so that the profile of the thumb and first finger was presented to view, a constitutional amendment on nature, which a hand not altogether of the smallest may surely find legitimate. Nature had as yet suffered no such surprise in Barbara as to enable her to forget this, but then Barbara had never allowed a man to hold her hand before. Ostrander's eyes were fastened upon Barbara's face. They wore the look which a woman accustomed to the admiration of men would feel, whether through the lid of her eye or her coffin. You think you can watch a woman as you will, sir, because she happens to be at the other end of the room, transfigured in conversation with the hostess, netted in the labyrinth of a crocheted shawl strap, up to the ears of her soul in the poem or the sonata, promising the next polka to your rival, or adoring the Tintoretto with her cool round shoulders to you? Do you fancy that you can lift an eyelash that she will not know it, any more than you can pass a comment on the weather that she will not hear? Barbara's lashes swept her flushed cheek, but she would have seen Ostrander's look through her back hair. Ostrander's face wore a peculiar illumination when he admired anything, a statue, a picture, or a woman. The corners of his mouth quivered a little, and his lips parted in a smile beside whose silent homage a spoken word would have seemed a definite rudeness. There was a refined, cool light in his eye, too, which Barbara exceedingly admired. She had never seen a man look just like that. His whole bearing was that of one swayed by a delicate intoxication, in which all that was noblest, calmest, and most permanent in himself deferred to the object which had excited it. It was this look which his wife, years past now, there in the garden studio, when the apple blossoms fell about them, used to surprise, looking up suddenly from her painting, and then sit lifting her beautiful head gravely beneath it. It was this look which his wife surprised now. Philip Ostrander was called a man of great discretion in his relations to women. It is doubtful if his most wayward fancy had ever betrayed him into a positive social imprudence before. What, then, would he have done with Barbara's hand? When Avis saw him lift it, prisoned there like a bird against his leaning shoulder, she stirred and would have uttered his name. Her lips made no sound, but her trailing dress rustled upon the floor. Barbara started. Philip turned slowly around. His wife, in the doorway, haggard from her mortal sickness, stood colossal. She was paler, perhaps, than need be in that red drapery. She gathered it, for it had fallen almost to her knee, in one hand. The other was thrust into the empty air. She had never reminded him of her great Venus as she did at that moment. In the blind action of her arm and figure was something of the same shrinking as of a creature from whom a shield had been torn away. The real or fancied similarity in her features, too, was emphasized by the way she held her head. By degrees her pallor deepened dreadfully. Her features seemed to grow thin and sheer like a marble medallion of a spirit. Philip Ostrander looked from her to Barbara's curls, and his eyes dropped like a falling star. Barbara drew away her hand swiftly. He would not have had her do this. It was an implication which, he began angrily to say to himself, the circumstances did not call for. He roused himself at this, and said in his easy way, "Why, Avis?" But Barbara said nothing. Avis also said nothing, nothing at all. She advanced a step or two into the room, and in silence pointed to the little Egyptian clock upon the mantelpiece, whose bronze sphinx told the hour, 7 minutes past 2 o'clock. With the other hand she pointed to the door. Barbara arose at once. She said she had no idea it was so late. She muttered something about being very sorry, and that she was afraid Avis would take cold. Barbara had never got into such a strait before. She was frightened. Avis did not stir when Barbara left the room, but stood, still pointing with a grand sweep of her arm to the open door. Perhaps never in her youth and joy and color had she possessed more beauty than at that moment. It was undeniable, explain it as you will, that Ostrander's most conscious emotion just then was one of overpowering admiration for his wife. He felt a kind of terrible, taunting pride in her. He did not believe there was another such woman in the world. He could have flung himself at her feet if he had dared. His eyes, as hers transfixed them, seemed suddenly to reel, then came on their dead, dense look. He appeared to watch her from a vast distance, like a being from another sphere, as a dumb animal watches a human face, or the victim of some pitiable mania regards the same. "Don't be offended over a little thing, Avis," he began, collecting himself, stumbling into the weakest thing he could have said. He wished hotly that she would have burst into reproaches, accusations, into a passion of repulse or rebuke. The woman who does this puts herself at radical disadvantage with most men. Perhaps, mingled with the unworthy consciousness of this little psychological fact, a nobler impulse stirred in Ostrander's heart. Perhaps he knew that he deserved the worst she could have given, and it might have been a certain relief to him just then to get what he deserved. But Avis answered him not a word. Her lip curled slightly, his wife's lip, curled above him as she stood looking down. A single articulate syllable would have broken the exquisite edge of her scorn, but she did not utter it. He felt under her silence as men may under crucifixion, which does not permit the victim even to writhe. "You are making a mountain out of a molehill," he said irritably, rising with his fugitive look, determined to put an end to this dumb and dangerous scene. "And it is a terrible imprudence for you to be here in the cold. You will have a relapse to-morrow. Let me help you up the stairs." Advancing, he put out both hands, and would have touched, supporting her. But Avis, with a slight, imperious gesture, waved him away. "Very well," he said. "Have it as you will." He stood to watch her from the bottom of the stairs, anxious for her, till he should see her safely up. She had swept by him with a certain strength, but tottered on the first stair. He sprang and caught her, held her for one moment so impetuously that his trained ear detected the irregular sluggish beating of her heart, a paralytic beat. It alarmed him, and he said hurriedly, "You are not fit to get up by yourself. Don't be so hard on a man, Avis." But she disengaged herself and crawled up alone. He followed at a little distance to catch her if she fell. Thus they reached the landing, and she went on into the faded rose-red room and shut the door. The wind was rising as she went in. She crawled weakly into bed and lay with her hands crossed, listening to it. It blew all night fitfully, like the resolve of some great, live, lawless nature, but it rose perceptibly from hour to hour. Towards morning it lulled. In the morning aunt Chloe came over, and Barbara sent up word that if she could be spared perhaps she had better go home. Avis replied that she should like to see her. Barbara came awkwardly enough. She had been crying, and her front hair was out of crimp. Avis looked at her with gaunt, insomniac eyes. It was evident that she had not slept, but she was quite at ease. She thanked Barbara for all her kindness, and bade her a grave good-bye. Barbara looked sullen for a minute, then a quiver ran through the bronze curls. She began to sob. "Pray don't," said Avis wearily. "I am not quite strong enough to see people cry. But I understand your feeling. It is so dangerous for a woman to commit an indecorum. Society does not excuse her as it does a man. Will you ask Aunt Chloe to bring the children up?" Avis spoke gently. A certain terror fell upon her at finding in her own heart no sting sharper than that of a sad scorn. She had rather hoped that she might find herself a little jealous of Barbara. She hung over her love for her husband as we hang over a precious diseased life, of which we have not the courage to despair. She fanned it wildly. Better fire than frost. Better the seething than the freezing death. But all her soul was numb. She looked calmly at Barbara's curls and fresh maiden colors and attitudes. She could not be jealous of so slight a thing. With a sickening dismay she perceived that Philip, he too, began to seem to her small and far, like a figure seen in the valley of an incoherent dream. She felt as if she had suddenly stepped into a world of pygmies, and had a Lilliputian code to learn before she could take up the duties of citizenship therein. Barbara stopped crying. She stole downstairs with dry, startled eyes. An indecorum? Society? Excuse? Barbara repeated the words confusedly. 2 weeks ago she would have regarded the supposition that any human lip would ever tell her she had been indecorous with a pleasant unconcern, like that with which she regarded the habits of the cave-men, or the subject of unconscious cerebration. Barbara thought she ought to see Philip Ostrander at once, and ask him if he thought any harm was done. But he was in the study, and the door was locked. When he came out, he asked where she was, and his little boy told him she had gone. Now Barbara forgot to take her sun-umbrella. It was the middle of the afternoon before Ostrander saw it, a pretty purple silk toy, hanging by the clutch of a little ivory hand upon the hat-tree. Ostrander saw it, and thought he had better carry it over to her. He must walk somewhere. Under the circumstances, it would be more fitting that Barbara should not come for it. It would be pleasanter, indeed, for Avis, he said to himself, and Avis had expressed no wish to see him to-day. He put on his hat and strolled out, carrying the parasol. A delicate perfume hung about it, something that he had never known any woman but Barbara to use. He remembered that he fancied it when she was taking care of that gunshot wound. Barbara had certainly been very kind to them both. It was not right that his wife's over-scrupulousness should act unpleasantly upon her. The least that a sense of honor demanded of him now was to see to it that Barbara should not in any manner suffer from his folly. If he did not guard her, nobody would. No man with a spark of chivalry in him would allow the woman whom he had so unfortunately drawn into a trifling imprudence to meet the consequences of it unwarned or unshared. Then, too, he would not be misunderstood himself in the affair, if he could help it. If he had said anything that sounded indiscreet, and he could not remember that he had, really, it would be better to explain to Barbara precisely what he did mean. There should be no mistake in the thing anywhere. There was no need that any man with a sound head should get into that fog-bank of relations in which men and women were always going astray for simple lack of a clear understanding each of what the other wanted. He thought the sooner he had a talk with Barbara, the better. He went to her brother's house, and she presented herself at once. Her eyelids were still delicately discolored, like rain-beaten flowers, with tears. Ostrander did not go in, but stood in the hall, hesitating. He said, "Here's your parasol." And Barbara thanked him, and then there was an awkward pause. "I want to see you a few moments," said Ostrander gravely. "There is company in the parlor," replied Barbara with downcast eyes. "It is pleasant on the beach this afternoon," urged Ostrander impulsively. It did not seem quite possible now to go home without seeing Barbara alone. Barbara said, "Just as you like." She got her hat, and they went out in silence together into the hot summer afternoon. When they reached the beach, he said, "It'll be cooler on the water." Nothing but commonplaces occurred to him. He pushed down the boat, his wife's little dory, and helped Barbara in. She slipped, and he caught her, but neither spoke. She released her hands slowly. An old fisherman stood on the beach, hauling his dirty boat with a rasping noise across the coarse gray sand. "I wouldn't put up that there sail if I was you," he said. "And why not?" argued Ostrander.
glad to have something to smile at just then. Avis and he had always differed about that sail. She never used it. "You moat as well put spurs onto an angel as a sail onto a dory," observed the fisherman, dogmatically moistening his hands for another tug at his boat. "'Tain't in the nater of a dory to stand it. There's nater in boats likewise as there's nater in fishes and folks. No use rowing agin tide in now of us. A dory now knows what she wants done as clear as yo do, or the lady. If I was yo, I wouldn't cross her."
"I wouldn't either," said Barbara. So Ostrander took the oars. He rowed hard, but composedly, with the long, virile Harmouth stroke. He rowed quite into the heart of the harbour, but few boats were in sight. He drew in his oars, and they drifted beneath the blazing sky. Barbara put up the sun-umbrella, and they sat under it in a purple light. The breeze struck pleasantly across the bay, and the sun dipped. The wind lifted one of Barbara's curls and blew it softly against his cheek. He looked at her, but she did not return his look. She sat quite still. "I am very sorry," he began, and stopped. What in the name of reason was he to say he was sorry for? Barbara came to his aid. She turned her head. The wind was at her back, and carried all her hair forward, so that her face looked out of a soft aureola. She said, "Avis was very much annoyed." "I suppose so," answered Ostrander irritably. "Do you think," asked Barbara timidly, "that anything unpleasant, any harm will come?" "Harm cannot come where there is no harm," said Ostrander, suddenly remembering that this was the thing to say. "Certainly not," replied Barbara more courageously. "The whole world is welcome to hear anything that I have ever said to you, Miss Barbara," he went on in a confident, clear tone. "Why, of course," said Barbara. It seemed for the moment to make quite sure of it, that he should say it, and that she should assent to it. He took up the oars with a sigh of relief, and instinctively perhaps made toward the shore, as if it were safer to let this scene end just where it was. The tide, while they drifted, had turned. He rowed a few minutes in the hot sun laboriously, and then laid down the oars. He came and sat under the sun-umbrella. Barbara's face looked unusually tender in the purple light. Their eyes met. Necessarily they sat so near that he could perceive the agitated fluctuation of her breath. "The man was right," he said in a low tone. "It is of no use to row against the tide." "Oh, hush!" said Barbara. It is possible to say a very dangerous thing in a perfectly safe way. Ostrander's readiness both of the lip and the fancy at once exposed and protected him in the possession of this perilous power. When he said, "It is of no use to row against the tide," he certainly was not altogether thinking of the tides of Harmouth Harbor. But when Barbara not only perceived that he was not, but committed the mistake of letting him know that she perceived it, he fell back at once upon the literal significance of his words. Instinctively he had provided himself with a barricade of such significance. If one trench had failed, he would have withdrawn to another, strictly, in his own view at least, on terms of honorable retreat. This is one of the accidents liable to a lithe mind, and may fasten itself upon a nature of great delicacy, in rare cases upon one of real rectitude. Ostrander regarded Barbara with a certain gentlemanly surprise, and saying in his usual voice, "However, we will try again," took up the oars. But the tide set sternly against him, and he perceived now how far they had drifted. His friend the fisherman was abreast of them. He sat in the sun, hauling out his nets, still as a figure in the foreground of a marine picture. "With your permission," said Ostrander, after a few minutes' very unplatonic hard work, "I think we will put up the sail. There is not wind enough to trouble a nautilus." He put it up, and they glided along quietly. The swifter motion at once rested and excited him. When Barbara said, "How pleasant it was," his deepening voice and eyes answered, "I am afraid it is too pleasant." But Barbara did not say, "Oh, hush." She knew better this time. They were sitting so, she leaning over the gunwale like a violet, with the purple light over her white dress, when a slight stir struck the perfectly calm water, as if the feet of an unseen spirit trod across it. Then the whole bay seemed to gather her bright shoulders and shiver a little. Then the near waves crinkled and curdled, as flesh does with fear. Ostrander sprang to wrench the little mast out of its socket just as the dory reeled. He was too late. As he went down, he saw the fisherman leaning, gunwale to the water's edge, the fine lines that his black net made against the sky, and the wreath of smoke from his pipe. Distinctly he thought what a good sketch Avis would make of it.
Then he thought how the bay looked like a lake of blue fire, and how he and Barbara were going into it together. The last thing that occurred to him was, "We have been struck by a white squall." By the time that he had begun to ascend, he was not conscious of any coherent idea, except that if he and Barbara were drowned, then and there together, his wife would believe him a rascal to the end of her life, and then he knew that the mere fact of dying was only an incident in that supreme despair. He struggled up and struck out madly. Barbara was clinging to the bottom of the dory. She was calling to him. He seemed a great way off. The water between them, calm now as outworn feeling, was a cold and deadly blue. Once more he thought of the lake of fire, and of those terrible old Bible metaphors that played upon it in such a ghastly way. He made his way rather weakly. Who would have believed that the blazing summer sea could hold so cold a heart? The fisherman was coming with long, sharp, agitated strokes. The water reeled under his blows. Ostrander's head reeled too. He was growing very cold. A paralytic thickening of the tendons, and stiffening in his muscles, had crept upon him. "My God!" he said aloud. "Am I going to have the cramp?" Then the boat made a great leap, and recoiled on itself like a jaguar, and snatched him up. "You took me before the lady!" cried Ostrander, horror-struck. "The lady does very well," said he of the sea imperturbably. "As long as they can screech, they ain't cramped. Just you stay where you be, you mote be took in again, and she's pretty solid. I'll haul her in." Barbara was hauled in, hand over hand, like a mackerel net. The dory was righted and taken in tow. Possibly the whole thing had taken 7 minutes. The fisherman had not removed the pipe from his mouth. Ostrander and Barbara sat awkwardly and miserably in the dirty boat. When the fish flopped in the net, and an eel in the struggle for existence jumped into Barbara's lap, Ostrander felt as if he were watching the blue devils in the last act of some second-rate opera. The purple umbrella was gone. High in the western heavens the holy sun peered into their faces. His fastidious fancy revolted from this grotesque, satiric ending to a highly wrought experience. He would have found it hard to explain why he felt as if it must be, somehow, Barbara's fault. He could not imagine his wife, for instance, in the same boat with an eel. At all events, she would not have shrieked at it. He was surprised to find how it altered Barbara's appearance to have her curls washed straight. The fisherman took the pipe from his mouth as they grated on the solitary beach. "Maybe," he said, "you'll remember next time not to hurt the feelin's of a dory. A dory's like a lady, sir. The man that slights it has to pay for it, fust or last. She's tender in the feelin's, a dory is." He had landed them, as chance would have it, just off the lighthouse reef, and Barbara and Ostrander walked up through the divorced gorge together. Barbara did not understand the expression which his face had assumed. She thought him very cross. He, for his part, was not thinking about Barbara at all. He and Barbara parted miserably enough at the edge of the town. They agreed that it was better so. Barbara protested that she was not very wet, and preferred to take care of herself. When he said that he supposed it would attract less attention, she assented decidedly. She said she was sorry that they went to row. She asked him if he were going to tell Avis. Barbara was thoroughly alarmed. Ostrander quickly went home. As he passed his wife's room, she called him. The door was open. Avis sat upon the edge of the bed, partly dressed. She had thrown a thick shawl about her, and her bare feet, with which it seemed she had been trying her strength, hung weakly, just touching the floor. Something in her attitude, whether it were the weakness or the strength of it, its courage or despair, affected Ostrander powerfully. He stopped in the doorway, feeling disgraced and miserable. He did not cross the threshold of his wife's room. She said rapidly, "What has happened, Philip?" "I was out in the dory, and got struck by a white squall. That is all, except that I had the cramp, and a mackerel boat picked me up." Ostrander brought the words out stolidly. He did not exactly mean to appeal to her fear or sympathy, yet he felt conscious of some disappointment that she exhibited no sign of either. She said, "Was Barbara with you?" "Yes," said Ostrander doggedly. His quick sense of irritation rose. He was not going to stand and defend himself like a schoolboy. There was a long silence. "Well," he said, breaking it uneasily, "I must go and get out of these wet things." "It will be best for both of us," said Avis in a low voice, after yet another pause, in which she had sat with her eyes upon the floor, but rising now and slipping to her feet. "If this thing is to go on, if you wish to indulge platonic friendships with other women, that your wife should not be unnecessarily insulted by it. You would agree with me, I am sure, that I had better take the children and go to father's for a while." When he was gone, she crawled back into bed. The words of the woman Susan Jessup had dogged her thoughts that day. "He got tired of me. I thought he would get tired of every other woman." Oddly, beside them stepped in that hideous old rhyme of Goethe's: "The false one looked for a daintier lot, the constant one wearied me out and out." These pursued her like the jingle on the hand-organ that follows us 7 squares away. She hated her own heart for giving hospitality to such words. The children were laughing in the nursery. Birds broke their hearts for joy upon the window-ledge. She shrank as she listened, turning wearily in the bed. All sweet sounds in life seemed to have fallen suddenly a semitone too high or too low for her, so that harmony itself became an exquisite ingenuity of discord. She seemed to herself like that afflicted musician to whose physical ear this happened, or like that other, who stood stone-deaf in the middle of his orchestra. How could they ever hear, she and Philip now, the perfect music of a happy home again? She struggled with the unique dismay which overtakes the woman who first learns that she has married a capricious man. Avis thought that if her husband had committed a forgery, or been brought home drunk, she should have seen more distinctly, at least more clearly, where her duty lay. She was sure that she should have gone on loving him, in fierce proportion to the depth of his fall, till death had resolved all love to elements so simple that it knew no code of duty and needed no spoken bond. But then he would have loved her. She could not spend herself for the husband whose tone and touch had hardened to her. She could not cast away the pearls of wifehood. That were to commit the unpardonable sin of married story. But Ostrander came back presently, manfully enough, to his wife's room. He was startled by what she had said, and touched by the gentle dignity with which she had said it. Then the consciousness of clean linen is in and of itself a source of moral strength only second to that of a clean conscience. A well-ironed collar, or a fresh glove, has carried many a man through the emergency in which a wrinkle or a rip would have defeated him. Ostrander came in, looking very clean and comfortable, shut the door, and sat down by his wife on the edge of the bed. He leaned, putting one arm over her where there was room to support himself, upon his hand. Avis stirred uneasily, and he removed it. "You have given me no chance, Avis," he began, "to explain myself. I don't see but I must take it." "What is the use?" asked Avis drearily. "I don't understand your disinclination to discuss the matter," said Ostrander, flushing slightly. "There is nothing to discuss," said his wife, turning her head from side to side upon the pillow. "When a man has ceased to love his wife, that is not a subject of discussion between them." "Upon your own lips rests the shadow from those words," he cried with a heroic air. "I did not utter them. I scorn to deny that I have ceased to love my wife." "You adopt a singular method of expressing your affection," said Avis. She was terrified at her own words as soon as they were spoken. Roots of bitterness and blight seemed to be fastening upon her soul, like a fungoid disease upon the flesh. "Well, admit, then," he said with a peculiarly winning air of patient sadness, "that my love is not quite the same as it was, that it has assumed with time a different form and different force." "Oh, hush!" cried Avis. She could not help it. The imperious impulse of the woman overswept her. When her husband understated in her ears that which her own voice had underscored, she felt as if she had plunged a knife into a dissolving ghost and drawn it back, reeking with human blood. All was over now, she thought. They never could look at each other with tender fictions in their glance again. Their 4 lips had spoken in the terrible truth. In their eyes forever would be the memory of it. "I am sorry," continued Ostrander sadly, "that my peculiar temperament has brought you into suffering. I ought to have foreseen it, but I had more confidence in myself than events have warranted." "Do you care for do you love Barbara?" asked Avis abruptly. Her voice rang foreign to her own ears. The whole scene moved on dimly to her, as if they sat on some solemn historic tribunal, weighing the fate of 2 strangers whose life hung in their trembling hands. "Love her? No!" thundered Ostrander, recoiling. "What is it like, I wonder," asked Avis, "to feel as you do? I am not made so as to understand it, Philip." "You may thank Heaven you are not," murmured Ostrander, exactly as if she had inquired of him touching the sufferings consequent upon some physical deformity. "Is it friendship you seek?" went on Avis simply. "My husband was my friend. I needed no other." "That is your temperament," said Ostrander. Mine is different. I am sorry it is so. I don't know what more I can say." It is impossible to convey the absence of self-insistence and presence of gentle regret by which Ostrander contrived to transfigure these feeble words. They seemed, as he uttered them, to be the outgrowth of a delicate and forbearing reticence, in itself the index of essential strength. Avis lay for a few moments with a pathetic confusion on her worn face. Her husband made her feel as if she were dealing with an afflicted man. "It is harder to be the subject than the object of an infirmity," he went on. "Do me the justice, Avis, to remember that I must suffer more in discovering that my affection is capable of change than you can in the consequences of such a fact." "That will do," said Avis faintly, after a silence. "It is a waste of strength for us to talk. We do not understand each other." "I repeat," he said more earnestly, "that I am sorry for the whole thing. You shall not be annoyed again. Don't take the children to father's just yet." He leaned over her, smiling, but her soul sickened within her. He had rather expected to kiss her, but the expression of her mouth deterred him. He would as soon have dared to kiss the Melian Venus. How could he know that a great impulse came upon her to throw herself upon his heart, and sob her misery out? It seemed incredible that Philip could not help her to bear it. They had been so dear to each other for so long. Then she thought how he would soothe her, and how she should writhe to remember it. He did not love her. He was her husband. Humiliation beyond humiliation forever now lay in his caress. She gave him her hand gravely, like a courteous acquaintance. She thought, "I would have clung to you." But she said only, "Well, Philip, we must make the best we can of it." After a silence, she added, "We shall always need each other's forbearance, though," she could not bring herself to say, "though we have lost each other's love." And then Van ran in, radiant and indescribable. He had invited Mary Ann and the kitty to a party. He had been dressing his hair with the prepared glue. Barbara that afternoon curled her hair, with cheeks hotter than the seething tongs. She had made up her mind that it would be best for her to marry before long. She thought perhaps she had amused herself with men about long enough. Barbara was exceedingly disconcerted at what had happened. She hoped that there would be no talk. Barbara could think of nothing worse than to be talked about. She had never forgotten herself before. In Barbara's set in Harmouth, young ladies did not flirt with married men. Barbara had never been the least in love with Philip Ostrander. But, strictly speaking, it could not be said that she had ever quite forgiven him for not having fallen in love with herself before he married Avis. Yet she knew it was expecting too much of the masculine perception that he should understand all that. Probably he would go to his grave supposing that she cared. No more subtly confusing type of woman than Barbara is as yet rudimentary in the world. That man must have a keen and modest eye who will distinguish her vanity from her tenderness, or her love of his admiration from her love of himself. Barbara thought she should marry a minister. One day, not long after, John Rose ran over to High Street. There was a poor fellow who could not get a scholarship, and Mrs. Ostrander had promised some flannels to those Pinkham babies, and Coy sent over a taste of snow pudding, and so on. But, when he went away, he put one finger upon Ostrander's arm with a delicate yet deepening pressure. Ostrander followed him at once to the street. "I suppose you know," began John Rose, hesitating gravely, "at least I thought I had better call your attention to the fact that Harmouth is very much occupied just now with that accident in the dory." "The mischief it is!" said Ostrander, stopping short. There was a silence in which the two young men walked up and down in front of the gate. Avis watched them from the windows contentedly. She always liked to see her husband and John Rose together. She thought, or rather she felt, that John's must be one of the golden natures of which it would be possible to say, as was said of one of the grandest of our time, the noblest words that can be spoken of any human life: "There never lived a truer friend." Ostrander put his hand upon the other's shoulder as they walked, and leaned upon it heavily. "Seriously so, Rose?" he asked. "Not unkindly so, I think," said Rose thoughtfully. "But there is some unnecessary and annoying gossip. It will soon blow over. But I thought, excuse me, Phil, it would be as well for you to understand it at the outset." "John," said Ostrander, after a longer silence than before, "if it be possible, you will help me, old fellow, I know. I hope my wife may never hear of this." She never did. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the story of Avis.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 20. Every man has experienced how feelings which end in themselves and do not express themselves in action leave the heart debilitated. We get feeble and sickly in character when we feel keenly, and cannot do the thing we feel. Robertson. In September the college papers announced that Professor Philip Ostrander had resigned the assistant geological chair in Harmouth University on account of an increasing delicacy of the lungs, in consequence of which his physicians had forbidden all brain labor and required a change of climate. It was understood that he would sail for Aves next week to spend the winter in the south of France. His resignation was deeply regretted by the faculty and students. The academic year opened prosperously under the hands of Professor Brown, his successor. Professor Coben was expected to resign at the close of the winter term. Professor Ostrander was so feeble that he had not been present at the senior party kindly given by Mrs. President Hogarth at the usual time. He had been as deeply missed in the drawing-room as he would be in the class-room, both of which locations he eminently graced. Professor Brown was understood to be the man who had recently detected the precise difference between the frontal sinuses in the white and grizzly bears. A brilliant career was predicted for him. Footnote. A contributor adds that he is also the discoverer of the left foramen of the third cervical vertebra of the first monkey who harmonized with the environment. It is needless to say that a freshman bears the entire responsibility of this grave statement. After the first strange chill was out of the lonely air, Avis was shocked to find her husband's absence a relief. He had become extremely irritable before he went away. The reaction from his college work, and from his escapade with Barbara, had added mortification to mortification, under which he weakened petulantly. Like all untuned natures, he grew discordant under the friction of care and trouble. He became really so ill that Avis felt that not an hour should be lost in removing him from the immediate pressure of annoyances from which she could not shield him. It was she who passed lightly over the embarrassments and economies under which the projected journey must place the family. It was she who was sure they could get along till the lease of the house was out. It was she who was confident that rest would restore him, and that a future would await him. It was she who remembered the draughts that lurked for him, shaded the sun that dazzled him, cured the headaches that tore him, went away to amuse the children when they fretted him. Philip must have the cream whip and the sherry, and the canter across country, and Europe, though the nurse were dismissed, and the seamstress abandoned, and the rent paid, heaven help her, out of that locked studio to whose cold and disused walls she should creep by and by with barren brain, and broken heart, and stiffened fingers. Avis took the emergency in her own strong hand. She planned, she hoped, she commanded, she contrived. That intelligent self-surrender which is the supreme sign of strength expressed itself in her with the pictorial graciousness peculiar to her special gift. She brought the whole force of her professional training to bear upon the shade of dye which might renew a baby's cloak. She made the very shoes that Van wore in those days, poor little pathetic shoes, badly stitched perhaps, but of exquisite color, and a temporary defiance to the family shoemaker. If only papa could have beefsteak at breakfast, the omelette need not be in a nicked platter, and a flower or so on the table gave Van a swelling consciousness of hilarious domestic dissipation, which obviated the gloom of absent luxuries. "I am sorry to have burdened you with such petty economies," Philip had said one day. But he spoke with the polite reserve which had become habitual with him. He was always polite to his wife. He noticed her domestic ingenuities with approval. He said, "We never thought you would turn out so comfortable a housekeeper, did we, Avis?" with an absent-minded smile. And then he asked her what she did with his passports, and if she had packed the Calisaya bark, and where was the lecture on chalk, which he thought he might have a chance to deliver in England. Avis answered patiently. She thought Philip walked about like a frost-bitten man. A certain hardness in his nature, of which she could not be mistaken in fancying herself the especial object, developed itself in a delicate but freezing form, like the ice scenery upon a window. It was with profound intellectual confusion that she remembered his first kiss. Was this the man who had wooed and won her with an idealizing gentleness, which made of his incarnate love a thing divine? To admit it seemed like a challenge to the doctrine of personal identity. One day, spurred by a momentary impulse to leave no overture of wifely forgiveness and yearning unoffered, of whose omission she might think afterwards with that scorching self-rebuke in which all shallow pride shrivels to the bitterest ashes, she crept up to him and began timidly, "Philip, This poor old carmine shawl that you used to like so much is pretty well faded out. Do you remember the night when we first came home, when I had it on?"
"Yes, I remember," said Philip distinctly.
"We were very happy, Philip, then."
"Yes."
"Sometimes I wonder," tremulously, "if nothing in this world can ever make us feel so again."
"That," he said, regarding her with cool, distant eyes, "is entirely out of the question." The man whose unapproachable tenderness had spared the life of a dumb bird because it trusted him, could say this to his wife. His voice had a fine, grating sound. It made Avis think of the salute of icebergs meeting and passing in the dark. Yet we should see that, apparently, Philip Ostrander was as unconscious of cruelty as the burnt-out crater is of the snow that is sifted down its sides. It was his temperament, he reasoned, to express himself as he felt, and he certainly did not feel to his wife as he did when they first married. He saw no occasion for dwelling upon an ardor which marriage must inevitably chill. Avis's good sense must perceive this. Why should they trouble themselves? The daily annoyances and anxieties which the bond between them compelled them to share were as much, he thought, as either of them could just bear now, without adding any finer affectional subtleties to their burden. He wished with all his heart, he said, that it had been the necessary outgrowth of his nature to love with the poetic constancy natural to his wife. Events had proved that it was not. What, then, could he do? Ostrander pitied himself. He sincerely believed that he bore the heavier end of their mutual sorrow. And now he was gone. He had not, indeed, parted with his wife without emotion, but it was a perfectly silent one, like that of a man struggling with feelings ill-defined to himself. He had hung over his boy, and clung to him, choking. He was very fond of Van. His departure left Avis free for a space to wrestle as she might with the inevitable reaction of the last few months. In the calm of her first solitary hours she was chastened to perceive how her married story had deepened and broadened, nay, it seemed created in her certain quivering human sympathies. Her great love, so hardly won, so lightly cherished, withdrew upon itself in a silence through which all the saddened lovers of the world seemed to glide with outstretched hand, and minister to her, a mighty company. Especially her heart leaned out to all denied and deserted women, to all deceived and trustful creatures. A strange kinship, too solemn for any superficial cast of the nature to blight, seemed to bind her to them all. Betrayed girls, abandoned wives, aged and neglected mothers, lived in her fancy with a new exacting claim. To the meanest thing that trod the earth, small in all else, but large enough to love and suffer, her strong heart stooped and said, "Thou, thou too art my sister." Avis had been bred to the reticence not uncharacteristic of the New England religion among its more cultivated, or at least among its more studious possessors. She was one of those sincere and silent Christians with whom we must look more to the life than to the lip for the evidence of the faith that is in them. The professor's had been a home in which the religious character of his child was taken for granted, like her sense of delicacy. She was expected to be a Christian woman precisely as she was expected to be a cultivated lady. In a matter of course, abundant speech was a superfluous weakness. She had escaped the graver dangers of this training, but not its lifelong influences. It was inevitable that the tragedy of her married life should result in a temporary syncope of faith, in which it was equally inevitable that she should support in perfect solitude. But to dwell upon this phase of her experience would seem to copy the rude fault of those biographers that break faith with the personal confidence of the dead, who can no longer protest. With a terror for which I do not feel at liberty to find speech or language, Avis watched departing love shake the slow dust of his feet against her young life. With a dread which shook to the roots of belief, she perceived that her own slighted tenderness had now begun to chill. That Philip should cease to love her, this could be borne. There was a worse thing than that. All was hers while she yet loved him. She wrestled with her retreating affection as Jacob of old wrestled with the angel till break of day. She struggled with that which was greater and graver than the sweet ghost of a ruined home. She fought for her faith in all that makes life a privilege, or death a joy. No argument for the immortality of the human soul seemed to her so triumphant as the faith and constancy of one single human love. "Mamma, has papa gone to Jerusalem?" "No, my son. Mamma has told you a great many times where papa has gone." "Jesus went to Jerusalem.
said Van, with a reproving smile, quite gentle and a little sad, as if his father had been caught in the omission of some vital religious duty. "But after I got through crying, I thought I'd like to have him go. I'd rather kiss you myself, mamma. I don't like another man to do it. I'll have a wife of my own when I get big enough, he needn't think." "There, Van, that's enough for now. Don't you see I am very busy painting? I can't kiss little boys all day. Run away now." Van disappeared, not without something of the reluctance of a jealous lover drawing his first breath of bliss in the absence of his rival. Van's love for his mother was one of those select and serious passions which occasionally make the tie between son and mother an influence of complex power. She must be a woman of a rare maternal nature who will supersede in the heart of a man the mother who is capable of inspiring in the boy a love of this controlling and sensitive kind. Scarcely had the palette knife struck the cobalt to the Naples yellow when the studio door shivered, stirred, and started with a prolonged and inspiring creak. Van admitted his little nose on probation into the crack, and heaved a heart-breaking sigh. "Mamma," very sweetly, "now Philip is gone, I suppose I may call you Avis, mayn't I?" "Shut the door, Van." His pretty mamma had an unhappy habit of expecting to be obeyed, which was a source of serious disorder to Van's small system of philosophy. He shut the door in, nose and all, with a filial haste and emphasis, the immediate consequences of which fell heavily upon both parties in this little domestic tragedy. When the outcry is over, and the sobbing has ceased, and the tears are kissed away, and the solid little sinner lies soothed upon the cramped and forgiving arm, where is the strength and glory of the vision? Where are the leaping fingers that quivered to do its bidding in the fresh life of the winter morning hour? "Run away again, Van. Mother must go to work now." "Mamma," faintly, "I've sat down on something soft. I'm all blue and colours, mamma, and my sack behind. I didn't know it was your palette, mamma. I didn't mean to. Oh, I'd rather not. I'd like a share." "Mamma," presently from behind the locked door, "I want a piece of punky pie." "No more pumpkin pie to-day, Van, and you mustn't talk to mamma through the door any more." "Oh, well, mamma, a piece of punky pie will do. I've had the sherries. I've had 20 free or 19 canned sherries. Me and the baby eat 'em. I eat the sherries, and she eated the stones, mamma. I put 'em down her throat. She needn't have cried, I don't think. So I want a piece of punky pie." Silence succeeds. "Mamma, can't you kiss little boys all day? Not very dear little boys, mamma?" "By and by, Van. Run to Julia now. Run and play with your little sister." But Master Van stoutly maintained that he did not wish the society of his little sister. He thought his little sister had bumped her head. He should expect mamma would want to unlock the door and find out. If he had the mucilage bottle, and papa's razor, and the pretty purple ink, and the kiss, he would go and find out, and never come upstairs any more. "Mamma," by and by, "do you love my little sister best of me, or me best of my little sister? I should think you'd rather let me in and tell me about that." "Oh, mamma," once more persuasively, "I want to say my prayers." "To-night, Van, at bedtime." "No, I want to say 'em quick this minute. If you'll let me in to say my prayers, I'll go straight down and see if Julia's got the cookies done." Love in the guise of religion, as ever since the world was young, carried the yielding day before him. With despair in her heart, and the palette fresh from its service as a cricket in her hand, Avis admits the little devotee. Plump upon his knees upon the drying oil, in the unutterable background of that sack, drops Van, and thus waylays the throne of grace. "Oh, Lord, please do not let boys tell lies and say he's got a jackknife and a pistol in his pocket when he hasn't either one, which a boy did to Jack Rose and me this morning. Oh, Lord, amen." "Mamma, I think it was one of the Plimpton boys. Now will you kiss me, mamma?" And so, and so, and so. What art can tell us how? O golden winter morning, your coy heart is repulsed forever, and when from the depths of the house sweeps, like a scythe upon the artist's nerves, that sound which all the woman in her shrinks to hear, the cry of a hurt baby, Avis with a sigh unlocks the studio door. There is the problem of ages in that speechless sigh. Van, all paint and patience, like a spaniel, lies curled upon the floor, with his lips against the studio door. The stout little lover, faithful in exile, has lain and kissed the threshold till he has kissed himself asleep. The rare tears filled Avis's eyes as she lifted him, and then Julia brought the baby, and the bump, and the brown paper.
and there she was sitting, pinioned, with both children, patient and worn, with the bright colours of her paints around her, and the pictures, with their mute faces to the wall, about the room. There was a hand-organ, too, playing a dismal little tune somewhere down the street, when an impatient knock preceded a nervous push to the unlatched door, and, with the familiarity of art and age, her old master presented himself upon the scene. Frederick Maynard stood still. He did not immediately speak. He looked from child to child, from both to her, from her to the barren easel. The dismal hand-organ below set up a discordant wail, the more pathetic for its discord, like all inharmonious things. The baby had pulled down Avis's pink neck-ribbon and her bright hair. The tears lay undried upon her cheek, whose colour slowly stirred and scorched her lifted, languid face. "You see," she said, trying to smile, "how it is." "I am not here to see anything," answered the drawing-master shortly. "What have you done this week?" "Nothing." "Last week? The week before?" "Nothing at all. Only the sketch for the crayon that you see, and I have begun to give drawing lessons to Chatty Hogarth. Mr. Maynard, once a visitor, came to Andrea del Sarto's studio. It was after his marriage. He was dabbling away at some little thing. He looked up and said, 'Once I worked for eternity. Now I work for my kitchen.'" "Confound the kitchen work!" cried Maynard savagely. "Kitchen work, indeed! Crayon portraits, I should think! Drawing lessons, if you dare! You! You! Why, I am 60 years old. I have never got a picture into the exhibition but once. There was a quarrel among the directors, and one fellow put my landscape in to spite another, but I've never thought the less of the landscape. And here are you with your sphinxes and your sphinxes! Why, New York has gone wild over you in 1 week's time. Every studio in the city pricking up its ears, and the easel and the blender in a duel over the picture to start with. May heaven bless them for it! Drawing lessons, indeed!" "Pray tell me," said Avis, growing very pale, and putting the children down lest her faint arms should drop them. "Pray explain exactly what you mean. I do not understand. I have never heard from the picture since you sent it to New York. Has anybody noticed? Will anybody buy my Sphinx?" "No," said the drawing-master with a short laugh. "I don't think anybody will buy the picture, just yet. Not immediately, that is. The trouble is, you see—" "I expected trouble," sighed Avis patiently. "I am used to that. Don't mind telling me. I don't mind." "Why, the only trouble is," said Frederick Maynard, "that the picture was caught up the second day out." "Caught up?" said Avis faintly. "Engaged, bought, sold, paid for. The Sphinx was sold before Goupil had held it for 48 hours. Mind you, don't let Goupil photograph it. You can't afford to photograph a fledgling. You have a future. The easel says it is a work of pure imagination. The blender says it shows signs of haste." "The blender is right," said Avis with returning breath and colour. "That child in the foreground, the Arab child looking at the Sphinx with his finger on his lips, swearing her to silence. Do you remember? I put in that child in 1 hour. It was that day—" She checked herself. Her husband himself should never know the story of that day. He would not understand. It would not have been to him as it was to her, coming down that morning, not a month after he had sailed, to find the dun for those college debts. Avis had the blind horror and shame of most delicate women in the presence of a debt. Her stinging impulse had been to discharge this without telling Philip or her father. Upon the spot she drew up an order for the sale of some bonds of her own, upon whose proceeds the family were in part dependent for the coming year. Fortunately she had not to deal with stock or real estate, which the wife cannot sell without the husband's consent. Avis did not know this. She knew nothing, except that she was grieved and shamed, and vaguely in need of money. She flew up to the studio, struck the great Sphinx dumb with the uplifted finger of a child, and sent it desperately from her before the cool of her frenzy fell. "You are to make no more portraits, you understand," said Frederick Maynard, stumbling over Van and narrowly escaping sitting on the baby as he went out. "You'll never be a portrait painter. You must create. You cannot copy. That is what we lack in this country. We have no imagination. The Sphinx is a creation. I told Goupil so when I took it on. He bowed politely, and now he comes asking for a photograph. You, life is before you now, and I am 63 years old." But Avis put her hand in his with a patient, unresponsive smile. She looked very gentle in her falling hair, the children clung to her, the light lay gravely on the studio floor.
She could hear the faint pulse of the sea, whose mighty heart beat between her and her husband, throbbing upon the frozen shore. The hand-organ in the street wailed on. "Life is behind me, too," she said gently. "It was before my marriage that I painted the Sphinx. Don't be too much disappointed in me, if there are never any more pictures. Oh, I shall try. But I do not hope, do not think. We all have our lives to bear. If I, too, were 63, perhaps— There, hush, my little girl. Perhaps I should not mind so much."
"It seems to me," interrupted the drawing-master, winking resolutely, "that it can't be quite right for those children to look just as they do. Isn't there something a little peculiar in their expression?"
Van was ingeniously trying to cut his throat with the palette-knife, and it would have been impossible to accuse the baby of not trying to swallow the tube of Prussian blue. The year ran fleetly. Van was ailing a great deal that spring, and in the summer her father was ill. Thus, in the old, sad, subtle ways, Avis was exiled from the studio. She could not abandon herself to it without a feminine sense of guilt, under which women less tender may thrive callously, but at whose first touch she quivered with pain. She was stunned to find how her aspiration had emaciated during her married life. Household care had fed upon it like a disease. Sometimes she thought it an accusation to her misery, that still, straight forever through the famine of her lot, its heart beat on, like that of the nervous physique, which is first to yield, but last to die. Then she wished with all the wild, hot protest of her nature, that the spirit of this gift with which God had created her, in a mood of awful, infinite irony, it seemed, would return to him who gave it, that the dust of her days might descend to the dust in peace. She wished she were like other women, content to stitch and sing, to sweep and smile. She bowed her face on the soft hair of her children, but she could not forget that they had been bought with a great price. She thought of the husband whose love she had mislaid, and counted the cost of her marriage in the blood of her soul. "Mamma, I'm most damp and a little wet." Van, one sharp afternoon in September, said this hilariously. He and Waite had been to swim. They'd been to swim in the hogshead. Julia wouldn't put Waite in, but he got in. He got in like thunder, while she went to tell of him. Then she came back and pulled him out. But there weren't any fishes in the hogshead, and he'd rather have his feet shanged now. What was the matter, mamma?" "Oh, Lord!" said Van, kneeling, swaddled in his mother's rose-colored shoulder-robe at his prayers that night. "Oh, Lord! I know you've got a great many little boys to think of, but I hope you remember I've got a sore throat." And now what was the matter again, mamma? Something was always the matter, Van thought to-day. He wished there had never been any such day been born. "Lo," echoed the heart of the mother, "let that day be darkness, neither let the light shine upon it. As for that night, let darkness seize upon it. Lo, let that night be solitary, let no joyful voice come therein." With the frosty dawn, the child lay very ill. Before another night, an acute form of pneumonia had developed itself. Sensitive from birth, the boy's lungs succumbed with only a frail struggle. For 15 days and nights his mother hung over him in her strong, dumb way. Then perhaps she first understood the solemn depth of the tie which, through all distance and all difference, all trial and all time, binds any two human creatures who have bestowed life upon a third. In this awful language of bereavement which God was setting her ignorant youth to learn, her own loss seemed to her but the alphabet of agony. Her heart yearned with unspoken and unspeakable throes over the father of her child. That this must be, that the lips of his firstborn should grow cold without his good-bye kiss, that Philip, somewhere wide across the world, should that day be strolling and laughing in the sun, not knowing, this seemed to her the very sense and soul of her sorrow. She saw him go chatting with a group of sight-seekers down a bright street, idling in a chapel at the mass, buying a ticket for the opera, twirling a lady's fan beneath a chandelier, praising the claret at the hotels, drumming with his finger to the music in the beer-garden, stopping at the toy-shop windows to decide what he would get for Van, writing notes, perhaps, to the little fellow (he wrote to Van a good deal), at that moment, while the boy struggled on her nerveless arm to turn and say, "Mamma, will papa come walking in?" "Some day, Van, some time." "Will he come in at the front door, mamma, to kiss his dear little boy?" "Oh, my darling, sometime, somewhere, yes." "I thought I heard somebody at the front door, mamma." "It is the wind we hear, Van." "Can't papa get home on the wind?
Can't papa walk on the wings of the wind? God did. I thought papa could, mamma. Mamma, do you love my little sister best of me, or me best? Best, oh, best, that moment, Van, of all the empty world. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 21. There above the little grave, oh, there above the little grave, we kissed again with tears. The wind was high about the house. Aunt Chloe and the professor had left her at last alone to sit and listen to it. The baby slept. The women had gone sobbing away. The windows stood wide to the bitter dark in that room upstairs. The child's bed was straight and still. It was a wild night for the little fellow to be lying out there, his first night. Avis was almost sorry that night that they had laid him so near the sea, for the sea was high too, like the wind, and thundered heavily, even here sharp through the sheltered house. He had always been a wakeful baby, quick to start and shiver in his naps. She could not rid herself of the feeling that that noise would disturb him. The imperious mother's habit of 3 years and a half of nervous care was strong upon her. She could have dashed out and hushed the voice of the almighty deep, lest it should wake the child. Pursued with this and a horde of the irrational impulses of solitary grief, Avis sought refuge in her first attempt to write to the boy's father. The arm upon which Van had lain with imperfect intervals of relief for 15 days and nights (it had been only in one position that the child could breathe) refused to hold the pen. She wrote with her left hand, a faint and feeble cipher. She told him what there was to tell, sparing when she could, striking as she must. She begged him not to let this make any alteration in the plans which his state of health should suggest as wisest and best for them all, they who were left, they 3. She hoped he would not allow any impetuous image of loneliness at home to hasten his return before the time which he had selected as desirable in itself, and urged upon him that a part or the whole of his second winter should be spent in those kinder climates which would perfect the growth of his now really grafted strength. Of herself and her own loss or lot she wrote but little. Of the solitude in which she bore the burden laid on 2 she did not speak. Of her unshared fears, her unkissed tears, she could not tell. She was an unloved wife. She could not woo her husband. As she wrote, the wind went busying itself impetuously as a lawless thing, with the calm of the house. It beat upon the ear with a slow, increasing throb, like the purpose of an advancing tide. At short intervals the roar uprose, as the third wave rises on the coast, and splashed upon the walls and roof. About the doors and windows unpleasant sounds set in steadily. Avis tried to think that they were like the sobbing of the shingle on the shore. She could not, would not, must not think, wild night be so merciful as that she may not think what else the wind is like. She had finished and sealed the letter. She had sealed the letter and laid it down, and was turning to step and see if her little daughter on the sofa by her side slept warm, when in the swelling of the storm the front door blew violently open. She sprang to shut it, latching the door of the room behind her. As she stepped into the hall, the light went out. Rain blew in her face. She groped her way to the door, pushing it feebly, she was so worn, against the resistance of the wind. The solid oaken panel baffled her as if human hands had been behind it. If a human voice had called her, "Avis!" Swift as the superstitions that we would not, if we could, disown, flashed the memory of the little lover, calm out there in the discord of the elements, stealing up with brimming face to say, "Mamma, now papa is gone, I suppose I may call you Avis." Avis could not have denied a genuine shock, when, stretching out her hands, inch by inch along the wall and still defiant door, they fell in the dead dark upon an arm of flesh and blood. "Avis, what is the matter? Where is the light? Do let me in, and shut this superhuman door. There, have I frightened you? I thought you would know when you heard me speak. Do let us get out of this hideous dark." "Philip! Oh, Philip!
Yes, let us get out of the dark."
Her own words appealed with an entreating significance to her own ears at that moment, as they went groping together to the light. He had caught her in his nervous arms. That, she said to herself, was a matter of course. He first found the latch and staggered in. The room was warm and seemed to palpitate with light. The baby on the sofa slept peacefully. The books (it was his study) turned their familiar shoulders to him, and their open faces looked from the table where his wife's sealed letter lay. "Writing to me, were you, Avis?" He started on the purposeless instinct that leads one to open the unsealed letter that he will not read, as nature leads a dog to hide the bone that he does not want. Avis, in passing the table, hit the envelope with her drapery sleeve, and it fell into the waste-basket. "Never mind," he said uneasily. "What do we want of letters now?" Then, in the full light, she saw how rain-beaten and haggard he was. "Let me help you with your coat, Philip," gently. "And wait. Oh, how wet you are! Your slippers are just where you left them. I have let nobody touch them all this while. See, and the fire is warm." Like a child she led him. Like a child he submitted. She would not question him or chatter now. It was plain that something had befallen, but trouble could wait. Care was too old a friend not to be put by. He had come. Her husband had come back to her. He flung himself down in his old chair in his old way. His breath came short. He began at once. "I was horribly sick in London. I've had 2 attacks of hemorrhage. There was no time to let you know. I got to Liverpool and took the first steamer. I was afraid I shouldn't get home." "But you got home, Philip!" Her voice snapped with a wiry cry. "You are here! You are here!" "Thank God, yes." He laid his head back and closed his eyes wearily. When Avis stirred, he put his hand to detain her. The color came into her hollow face. "Must you go?" he asked softly. "Only to see about supper for you, Philip. You are faint, you see. That is all," decidedly. "Only faint. A good hot supper and a long night's rest will set you right." She brought the words out so pathetically. A long night's rest. She who had not rested now for so many nights. That his attention was at once attracted to her appearance. He sat up, rousing with the nervous rapidity natural to him. "Avis, how you look! Have you looked like that ever since I've been gone?" "We have had sickness in the house," she said quietly. "Sickness? Where is Van?" "Van is asleep, Philip," after a well-nigh imperceptible pause. "And the baby? Is that the little lady, that bundle on the sofa? Can you bring her to me, Avis? I am stronger now, stronger already. I want to kiss one of the children. I meant it should have been Van first. I thought about it in the cars. But never mind, I want to see the lassie. Let me see, we named her after mother, didn't we? Does she look like any of us, Avis? Does she look like you? You didn't say when you wrote. You didn't say much about yourself. But I was glad to hear so much about the children. It did me good. Now let me see her. Let me see the baby." Avis brought the child so gently that she did not wake. She drew a chair up, for she could not stand, and sat down beside her husband with the baby on her knee. As she did so, his unstrung voice went strolling on. "How the wind does flog this house! I'm glad to be at home, glad we're all safe under shelter together. It sounds as if there were a child shut out there, crying to be let in. But our little folks are warm. Your hands tremble, Avis. Are you quite well?" "Quite well, only tired, Philip. Shall I see about the supper now?" "No, not now. I don't want supper. How the little thing has grown! Are you as fond of her, Avis, as you were of the boy? You used to say you were afraid you should love the girl better. Has Van grown so I shan't know him? Little rascal! I've kept the tintype you sent, see, in my wallet. I've carried it all about. I was sorry you couldn't afford a photograph. I showed it to some people in Paris, some ladies. They called him a beautiful boy. No, please, Avis, don't go. Indeed, I cannot eat. What has become of that little teapot we used to make tea in, right here over the fire, so long ago? The first year, don't you remember?" Half fretfully, for Avis did not answer. "When I used to come in tired from faculty meetings, after everybody else was in bed, you used to make it, kneeling by the fire on that cricket. I think it was a Japanese teapot. Is it broken? Can't we have that?" "If you want it, Philip, surely. I can find the teapot. Can you hold the baby, or shall I take her back?" "No, I'd rather hold her. Don't be gone long, will you? You can't think how it is to get home, how it looks. The fire, the books, and to see you moving about. You can't think what a fool it makes of me," laughing boyishly. "No man knows what it will make of him till he has tried it.
A whole year travelling alone, and to be sick among strangers. Oh, I thought I should never get back, nor see the children, nor... Oh, it is so pleasant, so pleasant. And I am pretty weak yet. Don't laugh at me. When I've had the tea... But be sure you get that teapot. I shall be a man again. I'm nothing but a mass of nerves and sea-sickness and sore lungs just now. It was so cold on the steamer. When I've had the tea I can see Van, can't I? No, that was the cricket. This one. Move it a little. You used to kneel on this side. Yes, that is the very teapot. I wonder if it will taste as it used to. I don't see why nobody wrote me how thin you had grown. Oh, I'm so tired. It is so pleasant here, so pleasant. Thus he wandered on. Avis made the tea, and they drank it together. His eyes followed her. The child slept upon his knee. When the trunks come... I'm as bad as a child. I can't wait to show you what I've got for Van. Do you remember how we could never wait with our Christmas presents, you and I, those first years? How we used to come skulking round to show them to each other beforehand, and how you laughed at me, but you were the worst yourself. There's a doll for the girl, but I stumbled on such an amazing French notion for him. I expect you'll never forgive me. It's a little fire-engine, Avis, really an exquisite toy. I don't know but he'll be setting us all on fire, little villain. There's something for you, too, somewhere. That's the only pleasant part of going away, getting ready to come home. A man never knows what his home's worth to him till he's turned his back on it. I got Van a Pilgrim's Progress, too, the best copy I could find in all London. It took me 3 days to select that book. I want he should have something to remember his father by, that he'll value when he is a man, and I am... He broke off. It has been said that the soul, which has always some influence over the muscles, has none over the blood. Avis supposed that she might betray, but had no conception of the fact that she emphasized the character of what she was enduring. Rings of blackness slowly enlarged upon her face, like the shadow of an advancing storm upon a writhing lake. But she sat with her head turned from him slightly, bent, like a Mater Dolorosa, over the baby whom she had taken into her own arms. "Better, Philip, now?" She must say something. "Oh, so much better, so much stronger. I don't know but it will make a live man of me after all, coming home. Really, Avis, I don't know but that was all I needed. It's such a mistake, this sending sick people philandering all over the world alone. A sick man wants his fireside, and his books, and familiar ways, and all his little silly selfish comforts, and not to have to take his slippers out of a trunk. And a Japanese teapot, I believe," he rose, laughing hysterically, "and someone to make the tea on a cricket by the fire, and his... Come, Avis, now let us go up and see the boy." "Are you quite strong enough yet, Philip?" "Yes, yes, yes," impatiently. "Don't fret over me. I can't wait any longer. Take me to see Van at once." "Are you sure, Philip, that it is best to wake Van tonight? He sleeps so soundly." She struggled for controlled speech, blindly beating about with the mad instinct of love, which would fain believe that to save time is to save suffering. But now she turned her face, and its mortal colour swept upon him. Slowly, then, it extended itself to his own, as if they had stepped hand in hand, she leading and he leaning, into a half-lit world. "Avis, how many nights did you tell me you sat watching?" "I did not tell you, Philip." "You flit about me like the shadow of a bird that I cannot see. You defy me, you escape me as the dying escape the living. I have never seen you look so. It has been coming on a long time. Somebody should have told me. And here I am, a burden, a wreck, a broken-down fellow on your hands. It seems a hideous irony to fate to throw the care of a consumptive on such wasted hands. Let me look at them. Don't be afraid, I will not hold them longer than you like. If there were anything else to be done, anywhere we could go... I could fight hard for life, I think. That's half the battle, they say. It doesn't come natural to a man of my age to sit down and die like a weasel in a trap. If you had been with me in France, if I hadn't gone alone... But what's the use in dissecting old blunders? A blunder's a blunder, and done with it. Only we'll do better next time if we can. Eh, Avis?" If there were an undertone of symbolism in his words, it was too slight, perhaps, to expect her to recognize it. He watched her with his blind gaze, but he watched her constantly. She was used to it in these days. Van used to watch her so, after he had been taken sick. There had been no scenes between Avis and her husband since he had come home. They were neither of them quite strong enough for that. They lived on, as those live who know that one touch of mutual recognition, nay, even of self-recognition of certain emotions, will bring down upon them a landslide of gnarled and knotted things, whose upheaval would tear the roots of soul and body. They cultivated that dullness to their own capacity of feeling, which, when thoroughly acquired, amounts to a sixth sense, and becomes an element of character more powerful than the feeling itself. The divergence between them had been too wide for them to resume that superficial comprehension of one another, and that crude standard of affection through which the initiatory phases of married life revolve. Avis did not think that her husband was going to die. But come life or death, come love or loathing, they should be honest with themselves, they two, to the heart's core now. She devoted herself to his invalid wants with the infinite tenderness as natural to her as her sweet and even breath. But he said to himself sometimes, "She would do as much for a hurt dog." For her, she moved about uncertainly. She seemed to herself like one who listens to the interlude in some nameless music, some long symphony whose chords strike all around the world. All the while she was conscious of crouching like a tigress to save his life. One day, as he went pacing the house importunately, coming in now and then to lay the incoherent plans and hopes of disease before her, running to her with every sore mood as Van used to run with every scratch, wondering should he try Colorado, the South, California, that place in New Jersey that people called the Nice of America, electricity, mesmerism, inhalation, spiritualism, or the prayer cure. She put down her work. Her reluctant fingers took many nervous and extremely irregular stitches in those days, and said, "Philip, suppose I decide this matter for you." "I wish you would," he cried, stopping short. "The most humiliating aspect of sickness is the irresolution it produces. A man's brain becomes a shuttlecock. Mine is sore, what there is of it now, with surging to and fro from plan to plan. And something we must do. I won't die without a tussle. Yet." "It is out of the question, Philip," quietly. "Your dying, I mean. That we will not contemplate for a moment. But we will not risk a Harmouth winter just now. Shall you feel at rest to leave it to me, what we do, and how, and all about it? Shall you feel the confidence in my judgment which will be necessary to the success of any plan?" "I do not know how a man could have reason to feel more confidence in any creature," he said in a low voice, throwing himself on the lounge beside her. He was wondering with solemn shame what kind of a fellow he should have turned out, for instance, if he had been obliged to provide good judgment for two. At that moment he was thinking, perhaps for the first time quite distinctly, what a rock in the topography of a man's life, what a corner-stone of granite in a human home, is the nature of a strong wife. All that was strong in himself stood, as column stands to column, in proud comradeship to it. All that was weakest of him leaned upon her with increasing naturalness, as if upon some mysterious maternal power, as we all of us, soul of man and soul of woman, lean alike, without dispute or shame, upon the mammoth motherhood of nature. After a silence in which she too, perhaps, went her own way into unspoken and not unkindly reverie, they resumed their conversation gently. "Then, Philip, if you leave it to me, we will go south. You've tried climate and solitude. Now we'll try climate and care." "Very well, Avis. And the baby?" "Aunt Chloe will take the baby." "Very well, Avis. Do you propose to beg, borrow, or steal?" "Father and Aunt Chloe were anxious to help us, but—" She hesitated. "Of course. Father and Aunt Chloe are very kind. I think, however, I will open a sanitarium as soon as we get somewhere. I shall be quite able." He began to pace the room again with blind and bitter feet. "But, Philip, it will not be necessary, I think. I forgot to tell you. While you were gone, a piece of luck came to us. I sold the Sphinx, and I have just arranged with Goupil. He is to photograph it. There is a demand for the picture. We shall have enough money through this winter. I thought perhaps, I hoped, you would like it better so." But she faltered. When he spoke, which was not for some minutes, he said in a low voice, "Was it best for you, best for the picture, to let the photographs go?" "Not best for the picture," said Avis with her instinctive honesty, "but best for me, best for us all now. And there is indeed nothing to regret. I shall not paint another picture at present." "Why not?" "Let us not talk about it, Philip." She whitened slowly about the mouth. "I can't discuss it." But she collected herself at once, and when he began to chatter about the sanitarium, she listened with the patience which we lend so readily to the sick,
blessed beyond all small or selfish joy if we may indulge at any cost the weakness which was once the thorn in the flesh of our days. But when she had left him alone presently, Ostrander sat with knotted brows. He was thinking about the Sphinx. Avis's success, mutilated though it was by care and trouble, nay, most of all by his own failure, contrasted rather bitterly with his own drooping fortune. Was it possible for a man to be jealous of a woman, and that woman his own wife? The noble color burned Ostrander's sunken face. "Before I sink so low as that," he said, "it'll be time for me to die." Chapter 22 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 22. Prince, enough, the memory of the past must be raised. Maria, are you a god? Kotzebue. Delicate as the marriage of shades in a Florida shell is the tutelage which prepares the eye of the traveller for the soul of the Florida sun. They yielded themselves to it like children to a teacher. Solitude is a stern master, and will have from us all some form of surrender. Theirs, for they journeyed quite alone, taught them, first and above all else, what the anxious brain and wearied body and breaking heart most blindly buffet and most thirstily receive, the influence of atmosphere. It was to Avis one of those subtle experiences whose suave surprise lends a new outlook to the possible evolution of character from the probable novelty of scenery in the life which is to follow this, when, from the narrow windows of the cars, she overtook the widening of the infinite southern heavens, day by day. Upon the palette of the sky relaxing nature spread her colors, as the human artist does, deepening from the pallor to the flush. Their last northern sunset was cold, polished, and as perfect as a pearl. The first Virginia dawn unfolded like a tea-rose leaf. Down through the great barrens the passion grew. Eternal fire sat sentinel upon the low horizon of Carolina. Georgia took up the torch and ran with it, like a will-o'-the-wisp, from swamp to swamp, swift to the Everglades, where Florida kneeled in purple and scarlet, like a queen who was crowned in prayer. And the evening and the morning were the third day. Avis, half to her husband, more to herself, said this dreamily as they put the first foot upon the white-hot sand. She was a little sorry when she had said it. The words bore her imagination captive at once into that powerful old Bible allegory, in which the love of married man and woman was found the last and greatest, as it was the most intricate of God's creative acts. She had no doubt that Philip's fancy was as swift as her own to go wandering, ah, how homelessly, led by her chance word so, and that to him, as to her, the broad bosom of the St. John's River unveiled itself with a fantastic mockery, as the wave of the river of life may have flashed through parting boughs that the wind beat when exiled eyes, over shamed and shrinking shoulders, yearned to Eden. For Philip's fancy was never dull, and in their early married days they had dwelt much in that delicate visionary world in which imaginative lovers find the keenest and the most permanent, because the most varied, stimulus to joy that human feeling knows. These little fables, phrases of their courtship and bridal years, rushed upon her memory that day, through the blazing hours of their sail down the river to the ancient city by the sea. Tricks of speech or eye or smile, daily ambuscades of love, all the tactics of the heart that she had long forgotten, presented themselves to her thought persistently. Dead days stalked by her, as the dead trees stalked down the strange and silent shores, days whose dawn and twilight, whose midnight and whose noon, unfolded each new petal in the solemn flower of love. Scenes that she could have stunned herself into forgetting, emotions which she would have thought it incredible that she could revivify, pursued her. Her past arose with its grave clothes on. Her buried tenderness confronted her with the awful immortality given to love, and to love alone, of all births bestowed upon the breathing soul. She had not thought ever to remember, even in heaven, where memory must be the shadow by which we read the dial of joy, hordes of these things that began to oversweep the defiance of her self-defensive calm.
She felt a certain petulance with the surroundings which wrought this mood within her. She did not remember in any of her wanderings to have so quarrelled with the introspective influence of travel. She reminded herself that she had not come to Florida to grow maudlin with drugged sentiment. Her thought stepped out like a disembodied spirit and took a survey of herself, as she sat there on that boat, a hollow-eyed woman, past her first youth, economically dressed, come 1,300 miles to nurse a consumptive husband, as was clearly her duty, through the winter. She glanced about the boat, and wondered if they looked like the other married people there, she and Philip, pale, fretful couples, fatigued with the dust, the jar, the heat, the homelessness of travel, fatigued above all, she thought, with each other, as if marriage had become to most of them an eternal evening party in which each believes himself to be of all men most miserable, but gets him into his white gloves conscientiously, lest society strike him from her calling list. Like those two young people, for instance, on the after-deck near her. They could not be out of their 20s, poor things, yet clearly there was no longer any splendor in the grass or glory in the flower of life to them. She was the invalid, irritable and a hard, ill-controlled cougher. He was tired out. Their children were with them, and hung about crying for their dinner. The sick woman complained of everything, and wished they had never come to Florida. Her husband looked on, poor fellow, in the perfect silence in which the husband of a weak woman, unless he be the weaker of the two, learned to shelter both himself and her. They made a dull, realistic Dutch picture, sitting by themselves miserably on the hot deck. The very cinders on those people, deep from 3 days' car travel, seemed to Avis somehow to accentuate the emphasis of their plain and disenchanted lot. She forgot that she and Philip were just as black. She wondered what Philip was thinking. He had strengthened rather than weakened with the effort of travelling, sitting out on the platform of the creeping cars in the wonderful Georgia weather, hour after hour, like a boy on his first journey, drinking down the froth of the sunlight as frozen men drink wine, chatting with the captain on the little boat, and laughing. She could hear him laugh. It struck her with a certain slight bitterness of which she was thoroughly ashamed, poor girl, as she sat there alone, that he could laugh like that. That he, too, was not driven by the Florida scenery into small, cynical visions of his neighbors, seeing all life and all love in the Claude Lorraine of their own darkened story. It did not occur to her just then that it was not easy to foretell where a fine influence, in particular a tropical influence, would drive her husband, in a state of mental isolation like this that had befallen them both, to the captain, perhaps, precisely, or to that very cross couple on the after-deck, whose little boy he was now leading away to the wheelhouse so tenderly. Philip could be very tender when he would. God had never made a tenderer man. He brought the boy to her presently, a pleasant little fellow. The tears were still wet on the child's now radiant cheek. Avis stooped and kissed them away, as she would have brushed a speck from a flower. But when she lifted her face, her husband was watching her, and as their eyes met, both filled. The child ran back to his parents. He sat down beside her. " He is about the size of Yes, yes," said Avis quickly.
"And did you notice, Avis, a little something about the eyelashes? Some trick or turn? I thought him almost like at first. But nobody is like Van, I think. Avis, do you see what a miracle it is? How I bear this journey? Is there room for me here? I don't want to crowd you. We are going to get in late, the captain says. We shall see the sunset and the moonrise this first night in this solitary place." His voice sunk to a certain solemnity as he drew nearer to her, and they leaned over the deck-rail to watch the shadows gather on the water and the pathless shore. His face, too, as his wife borrowed a look at it in the struggling light, had settled into a solemn cast, like beautiful hardening clay. His sunken eye swept the long untrodden shores, the opaque water, the beckoning sky. This, then, was Florida, where he was to get well, or... What is it, Philip? Indefinable as the gradation by which the pall of the thickets melted to the blazonry above the forest tops was the motion with which she stirred towards him. Uncertain as the leaning of the light upon the perturbed river, to whose heart no eye could see, was the impulse of the hand which he held, groping a little, for it darkened now, to hers. "I was thinking," he said, "that we have never been in such a solitary place. You don't mind our watching the moonrise together? We haven't done such a silly thing for so long." He laughed rather nervously, but for her she did not trust herself to speak. On either hand the forest glided by, the awful forest in which no man trod.
The river, like all things which seem to enlarge as they become absorbent of light, broadened beneath the rising moon. The fine outline of the pine fronds and the blurred grey tendrils of the abundant moss made the sole change of accent in the level horizon, and this itself acquired a depressing quality, like that of a sweet but monotonous voice. Their little boat hung, the only sign of breathing life, pivoted in a trinity of isolation, a wilderness of water, forest, and sky. As the moon rode higher, the people on the deck hushed one by one, families gathered in silent groups, and the tired children slept. The woman who coughed so crossly had gone below. Instinctively, as they rounded into the desolate landing at Tocoi, Avis crept nearer to her husband. There was something of superstition, perhaps, in the repressed shudder with which she shrank from the innocent outline of the clumsy little train that waited for them. She was so tired that everything took a symbolic form to her. Her swift, outreaching sympathy gathered in all the other women who had trod this dreary shore before her, homeless, anxious, and careworn, battling for a husband's life. It seemed as much of a wrench to the reason to believe that beyond that eternal forest an unseen sea could beat, as, in our earthlier moments, it seems to the finest spirit among us that life can leap again beyond the Everglades of death. As they cut their odd way through it, looking out from the wide doors of the rude car, Ostrander said, "I am sure I never was in quite such a lonely place in all my life. Were you, Avis?" "Never, Philip." The simple question was lightly asked, the quiet answer quickly given, yet both fell silent as if their lips had learned the words of some grave and embarrassing confession. Avis trembled before her husband, sitting there in the dark car. He put his hand upon hers. It was the first time for a long while. Her pulse bounded so that he removed it. His wife was not a woman to be won lightly for the second time. Caresses could not transfigure for her the nature that had once defaulted to her. No hysteric feeling, warm to-day and chilled to-morrow, could restore to her the shores of reverence upon which her own unfathomable tenderness had surged. Integral and individual as her own must be the allegiance which would be found worthy to renew the exhausted tide of wedded joy. Thus he thought, with sad, abundant pride. He would not have had it otherwise with her for their joy's sake. They two, alone there, seemed to him to stand separate and strange, bringing a soul's sickness deeper than the body's hurt to the healing of this new and gentle land. When they had got into their hotel that night, he lay and watched her quite silently. He was, after all, more exhausted than he had thought. When she had ordered up his tea and dismissed the waiter, he asked her, too, to rest. She thanked him for his thoughtfulness, but moved about, busying herself for his comfort, in the little, brightly lighted, barren room. There was an open fireplace and a log of light wood burning in it. She stirred through the resinous red air in her gray dress and soft lace. She had not put on mourning for her boy. She knew that her husband was watching her, but she did not know what a sweet shyness was upon herself, upon her averted figure and unresponsive eyes. She came and sat down by him presently. The light wood faded quietly on the hearth. Their neighbor, the sick woman from the boat, was fretting faintly in the adjoining room. It seemed very still with them, and sheltered. "Are you resting, Philip?" "Quite rested. And you? Are you content? Are you glad we came this long distance by ourselves?" "When we have heard from the baby, we shall be quite content, Philip. There will be letters to-morrow, perhaps." "How strange it is, Avis, being together so, without the children. We have never traveled alone before like this, at least, since our wedding journey. Had you thought of that?" "Yes, Philip," after a pause. "It is so pleasant to me. Do you like it, Avis? Shan't you find it a terrible drag, shut up with a whimsical sick fellow for so many months?" She lifted her face to check him for the idle question, and with it her strong, warm hand. He bowed his head reverently, laying his pale cheek upon it. Her own flushed like a girl's, but she said nothing. Thus, still clinging to her, the sick man slept. Avis's hand grew numb. She did not move it. She sat on in the dark, for the fire died. The poor woman slept, too, in the next room. She heard the sounds of summer through the open window in the strange December air. In her married life she turned a noiseless leaf. Ostrander was not without his full share of the prejudices common to men who have received, at whatever remote period in a life which has run counter to it, the education of the medical school. He had an array of opinions upon the sanitary effects and prospects of the state of Florida, with which he treated his wife, boyishly enough perhaps, as the wisdom of his selection seemed to make itself manifest in his own case. Avis heard him with relaxing eyes. As he gained in strength, the tension of care loosened a little in herself. Nerve by nerve, and muscle by muscle, it seemed, her watchful body yielded to the absence of demand upon its resistance in the unascertained air. The poor girl was almost in as much need as he of the atmosphere in which sorrow seems an infringement of a newly discovered law, and care a crime against an hitherto unguessed, but here unguarded and undiverted love. They settled themselves in a yellow, old coquina house. There were orange trees about it, kneeling with their amber lamps. The windows of their room looked to the warm brown water. Strange birds swayed by in the flushed air. Ostrander was excited by everything. He ran in and out like a child. He kept coming up to her and saying, "Avis, don't you think we shall like it?" When they had been there a day or two, he told her those people from the boat were of their fellow boarders. Avis idly asked if he knew their names. "Oh, yes," he said. "It's a French name. Smith." Then, when they had both laughed merrily, she wondered at the lifting of her heart. It reminded her of how it was on their wedding journey, when they found each other so amusing, and laughter leapt so lightly to their happy lips. One day he drooped a little with a cold, or some of the slight hindrances which stay the motion of the spheres for the invalid and those who minister to him, and then he began to worry about the prospects of the family if he should fail, after all, to get up again. "I should be surprised," said his wife in her quiet way, "if I could not support this family, whatever happened. If you fret yourself sick, I certainly shall have to do it." "Do you really think you could?" he urged anxiously. "It would be such a relief to think, to know. You could, if any woman could. It would be so different if you made it a point, if everything bent to it. Once you might have done anything you would. What a future you had, Avis, when I came in your way! I don't know how to make you believe that I didn't mean to blight it all." "I know, Philip, I know." But her breath began to shorten. "It's a pretty hard thing, after all, when a man and woman have actually married, not to let things go, like the rest of the world," he said, looking up rather helplessly. "But perhaps, if I had helped you more, cared and planned. I don't see how it all came about. We didn't mean it to be so when we married, did we, Avis?" She did not answer. Her thoughts rushed back through the veins of all those years like driven blood. She put her hand to her throat. She felt choked as if with a physical congestion. A passion is a passion, be it of the intellect or of the heart, and a denied aspiration dies perhaps more dumbly, but never less drearily, than a denied love. "Avis, have you minded so much? And I have been so absorbed, and did not see. Why, my poor girl! Why, Avis!" For Avis, taken unawares by his tenderness, hating herself for the weakness to which, in all their married life, her husband had never seen her yield before, burst into a paroxysm of the terrible tears which lie in wait to avenge themselves upon all opulent self-control. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 23. I ride from land to land, I sail from sea to sea. Some day more kind I fate may find, some night kiss thee. Spanish Ballad. The escaped, longer than the uncaptured emotion, stands at bay. Ostrander was conscious that it required very different elements of the nature to woo the bruised affection of the wife from those which had won the hard surrender of the maiden's love. The one thing might be done by the complexity, the other only by the force of character. With the unappeasable self-regret born of the self-knowledge which only the nearest relations of life can create in us, he thought of that drooping calyx of reverence in his wife's heart, which all time might not now be long enough for the dew of his gathered and gathering fealty of feeling to refill. In his stronger moments he kneeled before his lost ideal of himself, as the select three kneeled upon the Mount of Transfiguration before a vanished God. In his weaker ones he tried to forget it. In the first he despaired of her, in the other he yearned for her. Her allegiance without her respect taunted him. Her tenderness without her trust shamed him. Ostrander's love for his wife had been the supreme fact of his life. In his expressive medical phrase, he recognized it as one of the proximate principles of his soul. No other woman, or so he believed, could have commanded so long, or reclaimed so autocratically, the tissue of his elastic fancy. He was at a loss how to approach her gentle and devoted calm. He mourned his own crippled power to command in her that idealization which is the essential condition of the love that woman bears to man. Regret, which had been sentiment at home, was sentience in Florida. The sunlight fell in golden showers, through which they trod athirst. All the colors of life deepened in this prismatic land. They walked with joined hands, but averted faces. The splendor slept upon the warm, strange water, upon the mosaic of shell-strewn sand, the green pulses of the orange leaves, the veiled crimson heart of the banana blossom, the bursting mood of the pomegranate, but neither saw that upon the cheek of the other the same glow lay. One day he said something, carelessly enough, about a beautiful Parisian whom he met at this time last year, and then, turning, he surprised the slow color climbing his wife's face. He came close to her at once, and said with a certain gentle authority, "Avis, look at me, please. So, that will do. Now listen. Once before, when I spoke of people I had met, you looked like that. It was the night I came back, sitting by the fire at home. Even then, that night. Grant me at least the justice of remembering that a man doesn't make a fool of himself, in such a way, more than once, and believe that I had the brains to profit by a bitter lesson, if you cannot give me credit for the heart. Even if you cannot see, that other women, if you do not know." He turned, they were strolling on the beach, and impetuously began to walk the other way. After a moment's hesitation, she followed, and overtook him. "You forget, Philip," she said, "how long a scar throbs in a woman's flesh. But indeed I've never meant to remind or taunt you about anything." "I wish you would," he cried hotly. "I wish you had. I think I should feel better if you would out with it, and tell me what a contemptibly weak fellow you thought me, if you would say the very worst." "Oh, hush," said Avis in her rich maternal voice. She did not say there was no worst. That was not true. She only put her hand upon his arm, and spared him with strong silence. When he came to think it over, he blessed her for it with all his heart. He felt that he could not have borne to hear his wife say what he knew she had thought of him. On the other hand, he would have shrunk from a superficial tenderness, ignoring facts too keenly present in the minds of both, as from a kind of gruel adapted to invalids and children. Silence, more kindly and more intricately than any speech, he began to hope, would now interpret them to each other. He would strive to make himself worthy to use the deaf-mute alphabet of fine souls. He fancied that she leaned a little upon his arm in walking home that day. It was a bright day, and he had felt quite strong. They walked on the narrow sea-wall, where two only can tread abreast. She looked very young and girlish that day, in her palmetto hat and white linen dress. When they came in, the boarding-house dinner-bell was ringing, and the people in their light clothes collecting merrily. The little boy who looked like Van ran up with orange buds for Philip. The noon surged in across the veranda in a tide of light and heat. Unfamiliar tropical perfumes were in the air, and the December roses nodded at the windows. Avis had a confused festal feeling, as if the people and the roses and the light and the child had waited for her and Philip to come in. She bade him go on without her, that he need not spend his strength to climb the stairs, and herself ran up lightly. She tossed the ribbons about in her drawer to choose a fresh one, a golden one, as near the shade of the sunlight as she could find. She held it against the shimmer on the wall, laughing, to try the match. She plunged her hands and face into the cool water. Her own eyes looked back to her from the glass, dewy and sweet, as she brushed the damp rings of her hair. "Do I look still so young?" she thought. In the next room she could hear their neighbors with the French name. The sick woman was berating her husband bitterly. It was something about the soup. Avis turned round, standing alone there, and stretched her arms out solemnly, as if she would yearn through the solid wall to gather the poor creature in. Her heart cried out to those strange people, "You! It is not too late for you! Save your love! Oh, save your married love!" That was Christmas week.
She and Philip went out and ransacked the little curiosity shops together to find something for the baby. There were 3 letters from aunt Chloe that week, and the child was well. Their hearts lightened, and the stress of anxiety to which the happiest earthly parentage must bow an aching shoulder yielded kindly for them. Bereavement and sickness, peril and separation, slipped by them in the golden weather, with a suggestion of the solemn sweetness with which care may seem to elude rather than escape us in heaven. Ostrander said, "I believe I am going to get well." On Christmas Eve they started out to the little churchyard beyond the city gates, whose impressive ruin, cut against the setting sun, said to both that of which neither spoke. They sat down by one of the graves, a child's grave, nameless and deserted. "See, Philip," said Avis in a low voice, "the mounds here are strewn with shells instead of the flowers that one sees elsewhere, but this poor little fellow has none. I will go and find some." She wandered off alone, while he sat and watched her from his solitary place. The light fell fast. The massive face of Fort Marion darkened down upon the little beach where she strolled in sweet, searching attitudes, that lent so much gentleness to the courageous contours of her figure. It was almost dark when she came back to say, "I could only find a few poor little dull things, but they will do." She stooped, and laid the shells in the form of a cross, according to the custom of the quiet place, upon the grave. "I am sure it was a little boy," she said. Then, for it darkened steadily, they went in silence home. Just before they reached the house, Ostrander said abruptly, "Avis, all the time you were on that beach, I saw the boy." "The child from the churchyard?" asked Avis, smiling, to humor a sick man's fancy, but wishing that she had not left him so long in that malarial place. "No, Van. I didn't mean to tell you, but I think I had better. I saw Van quite distinctly." "Are you sick, Philip?" asked Avis, stopping short. "Perfectly well. Not so well this winter. And I never had one of these optical illusions before in all my life. My mother used to have them, and they tell some amazing stories about my grandfather's last sickness. I have often wanted to experience a touch of the thing, to see what it is like. It is very strange." "What was it like?" asked Avis a little uneasily, but walking on. She drew her hand a trifle closer through his arm, and joined her fingers upon it. She used to walk with him in that way, now long since. "He came out of the water," said Ostrander, "and ran along the beach. He had his little Christmas stocking in his hand. You did not see him, and he pulled at your dress." Involuntarily Avis cried out. There was a certain terrible realism in her husband's quiet words, and the curious scientific interest of his tone. "Then you turned round, and he took hold of your hand. I saw him put one of the shells in his stocking. He had on that little blue sack aunt Chloe gave him, with white buttons. Then he ran along again, and waded into the water. I saw him quite plainly. He—" "What did he do, Philip?" asked Avis in a voice of awe, for Philip paused. "He beckoned to me. He beckoned to me twice. Then you came up the slope, and when I looked again, he was gone. Positively, for the moment my breath came hard, and I was a little faint and sick when you found me. There is some nervous inaction of the retina. I had one such case in the hospital before I graduated. I believe I'll read up a little on it tonight. Avis, do you know I haven't coughed once for 3 whole days?" It was on Christmas that he said abruptly, coming out from mass in the gray cathedral into which they had wandered, "If I die before you do, don't expect me to chatter about what I'm thinking, on my deathbed, I mean. It won't be my way. I know what I believe, and you know, and I don't believe anything quite so thoroughly as that, if I get into the other life on any grounds, I shall take somehow a pretty fresh start. I need it, God knows. More of a start than I'm likely to get here now. Sometimes I wonder if he'll take the trouble to make over such a half-moulded fellow. I don't know whether I'm worth it, upon my soul. Now," he added, "I couldn't have said that a month ago, when I really thought I was going to die. How amazingly natural good luck is! I am as used to getting well as if I had never been sick." But, when they had come home, he turned to her rather sadly. "An ailing man talks so much about himself, as if people could care." His wife did not answer for the moment. Then she crept up and put her hand upon his hair, passing it to and fro. He remembered the first time she ever did this, one winter day before they were married, when his head was reeling with pain, and how aunt Chloe came in, and just how Avis looked, standing over him, shamed and sweet. He wondered if she remembered, too. He thought what a subtle bond is the bare community of memory given to those who pass their lives together. How eternal is the vicinity we give to the soul that we suffer to share our memorable joy, or grief, or peril. Impulsively he put his hand out, and drew his wife down upon the arm of the chair, but he felt her tremble, and so released her. She stood for a moment uncertain. He did not touch her again, and neither spoke. All the brilliant ingenuity of Ostrander's nature drooped before the task of wooing an estranged wife. He got up awkwardly, and said that Smith baby was crying again, and then he and Avis sat down at separate windows, with their faces to the sultry Christmas night. But after this he fell into a low, discouraged state. He suffered a brief attack of pleurisy, and complained of the shortness of his breath. He maintained that the air disagreed with him, and that they should move at once. Mr. Smith expressed a desire to join them, on the ground that Mrs. Smith found her hands cold in Augustine. The little party wandered up and down the river, as Florida parties will, subject only to the caprices of its invalids, touching here and there for a day or so, at hotels or sanitariums, as the restless fancy took them, and absorbed in the exhaustive and enlivening discussion of fogs and fever. After a week or more of this, Avis induced her husband, who was growing scarcely paler than herself, to bring it to an end. "You're right," he said faintly. "It is killing us both. We will spend the winter at the next landing." This happened to be Pilatka. Here, therefore, they yielded their search for the impossible, and by windows that scanned the great river, drew breath and missed the sea. Mr. Smith drew breath and halted too. Mrs. Smith was sensitive to the alligators, and was of opinion that another night on board boat would strike to the pneumogastric nerve. Here Ostrander fell first into calm, then lethargy, then energy. The new year blossomed unguardedly. He submitted himself to the regal weather. In the fine quality of the cooler season he gained daily. He ceased to cough. He chatted with the other recuperating invalids about the hotels and shore, bringing home magic tales of the healing genii in the flower-burdened air. He found a Massachusetts college boy with a bronchial cough, sick with grief at dropping behind his class. He began to tutor him a little in his Greek. Avis saw that he colored with pleasure when the hour came for the lesson. The poor fellow was overwhelmed with a pathetic joy to be doing a man's work again. When the professor wrote from Harmouth, one day, that he had heard of an opening in a Western college, which his son-in-law's complete recovery might throw in his way, he said excitedly, "Father is very good. But really, Avis, I don't know but we can do better than that. We might start a boarding school in Florida, or if that wouldn't work, the sanitarium would." Avis, painting orange blossoms for aunt Chloe, said only, "We will see, Philip." She could no more have quarrelled just then with the characteristic effervescence of his returning strength than she could have revised and annotated her little boy's prayers. She had so long stood, strained, staring death out of countenance for Philip's sake, that his very weakness had grown sacred to her, as the faults of Lazarus may have become to the tender eyes of Mary. With that superlative vagueness through which we see the exceptions taken by another to our own force of character, Ostrander was perhaps conscious of this. One night in January there befell a warm and wonderful moon, which impelled all the unresting stream of tourist life into the open air. Ostrander was especially stimulated by the stir, the chatter, the scented wind, the southern sky. He begged Avis to go with him. Away, he said, from all these people, for a row upon the river. He would manage the boat himself at first. She said nothing. It was her delicate tact that the limits of his strength should come as a discovery to the invalid rather than a dogma from the nurse. In a few minutes he yielded the oars to her with a sigh. She took them in silence, and in silence they rose and fell upon the bright resistant current. Avis, as she rowed, turned her face to the forest, whose peaks of blackness rose on either hand. The river pierced them like a bright defile, narrowing as they entered it. She thought how the light lay on the sea, beating beyond over there at the left, deep miles across the untrodden tangle, where the long bar leaned out that makes the entrance to the St. Augustine harbor one of the most perilous feats known to the navigators of the American coast. She and Philip seemed shut in here, and secure on the patient river. Perhaps some poor sailor yonder on the unseen sea came at that moment, daring his fate, the most cruel that the mariner's chart can know, the resistance of shifting sand. They were safe, they two. She leaned over to look into the stream. She blessed its passionless, contracted current. She had called the St. John's River humdrum sometimes by daylight, a tame story, nothing to be done with it but follow it to the tiresome end. Now it stretched, transfigured and electric. The sky seemed to stoop with the undue burden of its stars. The moon hung high, and the water rose a little under the warm wind. A few boats only quivered in sight, so few as to express rather than relieve the phantasmal solitude of the place. Their coloured skippers cut like ebony carving about the rigging. Indistinct voices drifted from them, and sunk again, as Avis and her husband beat up the narrowing shores alone. She beached the boat presently. They met no one, and walked silently upon the coarse white sand, close to the water's edge. Avis said, "This river is like that old book of Carove's about the soul. It seems to be a story without an end." He sat down after a little while, for his capricious strength flagged. Avis wandered up and down, dim as a Nereid upon the shore. He could hear the grains of sand crackle beneath her feet. There were now no sails in sight upon the uneasy current. Between the forest on this hand and the forest on that, the river lay desolate. The dead trees upon its banks wore winding sheets of moss. They stretched their boughs across the separating stream. Those that stood shoulder to shoulder interlocked branches in a manner in which it was impossible not to see a pathetic and at the same time grim likeness to human gestures. In the half-lights, sky and shore and river alike grew fluent and foreign, till whether one walked upon the stream, or sailed upon the sand, or sank upon the clouds, the truant fancy wondered, with a kind of happy terror, such as that soul might feel which first escaped the body on a moonlit night. It was a spot to drive the lonely from each other, and to draw the loving near. Ostrander's figure, where he sat solitary, melted and formed in the grey uncertainties of the air. As his wife stood, turning hither and thither, she was not sure where she had left him. He seemed to have vanished from her. She turned back with beating heart. He watched her coming through the unreal light. The moon was full in his face. With his head upon his bent thin wrist, he sat with lifted eyes. She sat down beside him. They could not see the lights of the little town. They were quite alone in this visionary place. Without speech and without touch, Avis was made aware that the moment had become a crisis for them both. She dared not look at her husband. It seemed to her that one careless breath now would completely disorder her self-control. Whether she should go flinging her arms above her head, and leaping down that unsubstantial shore, resistant of him, or whether she should spend herself upon him with a storm of long-repressed feeling, which she was scathingly conscious would not facilitate that intelligent comprehension of one another in which she believed that their sole hope of future happiness must lie, this 5 years' wife, acquainted with bereavements, worn with care, and flayed by anxiety, could not trust herself to guess. "Avis," said her husband suddenly, "we won't have any scene or bother about it, but there is something I want to say to you." "Very well, Philip," gently. "I don't know that it's any use, either, to talk about it," mused Philip uncertainly. "Most things are better let alone between people who... I wonder if you think a man's worst is the real of him, Avis? There, hush, don't try to answer such a question. It doesn't deserve an answer. But what I want to say is this. It does seem to me that there must have been something in me worth loving, or you wouldn't have cared for me in the first place. Things might have been worse," he added, lifting his head a little. "And all that, these elements of character that you loved are real. They're not dead. If you would think of this sometimes," he said, rather pitifully. He looked up across the uncertain shadow that her tall figure cast between them. His wife had risen, and stood over him with streaming eyes and choking speech. That very intelligent comprehension of one another seemed no nearer to her than ever. Was it possible, after all, that people might be happy just to love one another, without understanding anything about it? "I cannot seem to make up my mind to bear it," said Philip Ostrander, not without dignity, "that my wife should not respect me enough to love me." Then, in the unreal light, she stooped to him, crying out pathetically; but what she said, or if she said any words, neither he nor herself could at that moment tell. He held up his hands. In the unreal light it seemed to him as if she bent from a great height to restore to him the married kiss which he had lost. But he did not, or he dared not, draw her to his level. The moon waned, and they went home. The river was deserted. The wind was high, but the current bore them powerfully on. Avis rowed sturdily, and they did not talk. The lights of the little town nodded to welcome them. On either hand the kneeling moon slowly veiled the colossal face of the wilderness. They talked a little when they had come home, in that small surface mood to which the deepest wedded romance lies so near, as to whether she had rowed too far, and if he had taken cold, and why Mrs. Smith did not cough to-night, and if the evening mail had come, and how aunt Chloe had the baby well asleep by this time, little lassie, their baby 1,300 miles away, and how she would have grown when they got home, and if she would know them, and what they should take her. But Ostrander watched his wife with restless eyes. How resolute her rich motions about the half-lit room! He was growing half impatient with this motherly kind of affection she gave him. It was no comfort to him that he knew it was the best that he deserved. Beside her quarried loyalty, his own frailer instincts had never seemed to him smaller and sadder than they did that night. Never before had he perceived the spiritual dignity of constancy. Perhaps, since it is precisely in proportion to the loftiness of a truth that personal humility is requisite to its apprehension, he had never before distrusted himself sufficiently to perceive it. Her love, he thought, like the statues of Angelo, had been struck out at the beginning from the holy marble; his, like the work of lesser sculptors, from the experimental clay. "Shall I light the lamps?" she said at last. "Don't you like it better as it is?" he asked doubtfully. "Perhaps so, yes. Do you want anything, Philip? Is it time for your medicine? There, I have not rung for your glass of milk. Let me call Jeff." "Please not ring, now. Can't you sit and rest a little? You must be very tired." "Just as you like, Philip." She stood in the centre of the dim room, uncertain for that moment. The light from the unlatched door fell in. The halls were deserted and still. Outside, in the peculiarly dense and appalling shadows that follow the foliage of orange trees upon a moonlit night, the white flowers hung wearily. "I have been such a care," he said tremulously through the dark, "for so long. You have borne so much, Avis, and so patiently. Now I'm getting well, don't you think I'm fit to take my share of things? Oh, come here, and let us talk about it. Come, my poor girl, my poor girl. Don't you know how tired you are?" Perhaps it was the words, perhaps it was the tone. Change and sickness had not jarred the quality of Ostrander's rare voice. It affected his wife just then like those strains of music which a heavy heart is more hurt than healed to hear. A torrent of memory overtook her. Bound emotions began to struggle in it. All the repressed suffering of a woman to whom it has been given to carry her husband's nature, as she has lifted that of her children, through a lonely and laborious married life, seemed to come sweeping over her, wave upon wave, in a tide to which she could see no end. He expected that she would come up and take his face between her hands, call him her poor boy, perhaps, in that maternal way of hers from which he knew at that moment his manhood would revolt; and what would happen next he could not possibly foretell. But, like a fascinated girl to her lover, Avis, in the dim room, turned and crept to him. His starved arms shook as they closed about her. He prayed that only his ideal of himself might touch his wife at that moment. She put up her hand to his cheek in her old way. "Oh, I am so tired, tired out, tired out. Don't talk to me. Oh, there is nothing to say. It was a good while, pulling along alone, and I thought you did not care." End of Chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 24. 'Tis most true, two souls, let them suffer the gall of hazard, so they grow together, will never sink. John Fletcher. Discords quenched by meeting harmonies die in the large and charitable air, and all our rarer, truer, better self, that better self shall live. George Eliot. They seem to themselves now to have become the discoverers of the state of Florida. Above them widened new heavens, below them a new earth leaped. Lonely and awed as lovers, they wandered about the forests and the shore. He was boyish about having her with him. She shared his walks, his drives, his sails. He drooped if they were parted for an hour. His breath and color deepened. his recovery presented itself to them as a foregone conclusion. He talked a good deal, more often of their future, sometimes of all that they had put behind them. He would come up excitedly and say, "If we don't make it work at the West, Avis, what then? Shall you be contented to come back here? You and I could be happy here forever, couldn't we? And we could educate the girl ourselves." Then she would listen, smiling, and put up her hand, and say nothing. She liked better to let him talk and go dreaming. And he, reverently turning his cheek, still hollow as it was, upon her palm, would slide intently on. If his health gave way again at the West, but of course he meant to try it faithfully, that was understood. If the climate proved too irritating, or the classroom drudgery, but he thought he should know better how to manage that another time. Still it was a comfort to know that, if worst came to worst, they could return, and start the sanitarium or the boarding school. It would be quite practicable to find a suitable housekeeper. Avis should not be exhausted by that. Or, if that failed, there was the orange business. He was convinced that there was room for a large orange grove even here, and farther up the river a little northern pluck would work a miracle any day. They might do worse than to take to orange culture, though he preferred his profession in itself considered. He thought, too, it would be a pleasanter life for her. He wanted, above all, to make it a little easier for her now. Ostrander did not notice how scanty were his wife's answers to all this. Her smile was so rich, her surrendered hand so voluble. As for Avis, she heard him without annoyance or dispute. She would have been uneasy if Philip had undergone a transformation, like a hero in a novel, in which his weaknesses were sublimated, and his faults idealized beyond her recognition. She would have distrusted a grand metamorphosis as in itself but another form of a capricious and curious self-delusion. It seemed to her the great triumph of her life that she could love her husband just as God had made him. And that Philip, being Philip, could come leaning in this pathetic way upon her love, the sure, strained love of 5 married years, this seemed to her just then more a prophecy than a fulfilment of hope. After all, what was this one world to souls which had been joined together by any tissues too firm for the attrition of time to tear? At best, a root beneath a forest of experience. Perhaps, she thought, those married men and women were better fitted than they knew for the permanent character of a spiritual form of society, who, at the end of one life passed together, could intelligently desire to renew the relation in a second. When he talked of herself and her work, her reserve deepened. He spoke much of both. It was, "Avis, when you get to painting," or, "Avis, one thing I mean to make sure of, that you shall be hampered no longer in your own plans," or, "Why have you done nothing new this winter, Avis?" or, "Now all goes well with us, dear, we shall see you famous." She said, "Yes, Philip." Why argue the matter? She knew how that would be, and she could not have said she didn't care. She did not cheat her clear nature by telling herself or him that she found in her married lot vicarious atonement for what she had missed. A human gift is a rebellious prisoner, and she was made human before she was made woman. But she thought it mattered less to her than it did once, all this lost and unquelled life. They had saved the life of life. They had saved their wedded love. The rest could be borne. One day she could not ride with him, there being a burden of home letters and little accumulating feminine tasks, which she performed less nervously alone. It was the morning, too, for a spelling lesson that she gave their waiter in the boarding-house, a handsome mulatto boy to whom both had taken a fancy, whenever the state of Jeff's intellect or dining-room permitted. They compromised, for she did not like Philip to go alone, upon the company of their neighbor Smith. Smith was down on the wharf, and he would find him, if she wished, and they would ride a little toward the swamps, and return when they were hungry. He held her hand, and chatted a good deal about it. He had taken a slight cold for a day or two past, and clung to her, quickly depressed, with more than usual dependence. It was, "Avis, don't stay long downstairs." "Coming back soon, Avis?" "Would you just as lief sit here?" "I can't see you there by the window." This morning, when he had gone as far as the gate, he came back. She was standing on the veranda, as it happened, quite alone, in her light dress and the low, dark outline of her hair. He came back and kissed her again, and said she must not miss him. She watched him walking down the narrow road, the road like a river of sand. He turned and nodded to her. The wind struck his bright hair. He looked flashing and fresh to her,
as if she saw him for the first time in her life. He drew her with that subtle fascination which nature takes a fitful delight in bestowing upon some creatures as a substitute for strength, perhaps, shall we say, as an index of undeveloped strength. Avis followed him with a girl's blush and a wife's eyes. Her heart went to meet that Indian summer of married life, which after the rain settles down upon the purple air. It was towards noon that, having put her morning's work behind her, she went downstairs to find the boy Jeff. On the landing she met, with his baby in his arms, and his boy at his coat-tails, and his wife calling to him to come back and shut the door, the patient form of Mr. Smith. She stopped to say, "Did you not meet my husband this morning?" with an unconscious change of color. "Oh, yes," said Mr. Smith, "and I wanted to go with him. He had a pretty marsh pony. He's a fine rider, your husband. But, you see, Mrs. Smith has had a bad night. She says it's the worst she's had. And the baby's got the colic, and the girl eat too much breakfast, and the boy, let me see, what is the matter with the boy? Oh, yes, the boy chopped off the end of his finger with a hatchet. But maybe if the nurse hadn't had the sick headache, I might have brought it about," added Mr. Smith, with a pensive and powerful effort of the imagination. Mrs. Ostrander went on and gave Jeff his lesson. Philip would be in to dinner, she hoped, since he had gone alone, or he might have easily found company among the sporting men about the hotel. He did not come home to dinner, but this was not unusual. Often they had ridden till late in the afternoon, returning with the breeze which set in from the river, he saying, as they jogged along in the happy weather, "How glad I am you came." She settled herself restlessly to some long-neglected sketches. It was difficult to remember when she had passed an afternoon alone before. She sat in the strange silence with flushed cheeks. Mrs. Smith, in the next room, had brightened a little, and her husband could be heard gallantly telling her how well she looked. The people began to collect in the parlor and on the verandas. Jeff came up to ask if Mr. Ostrander's dinner should be kept hot any longer, his main argument being that, as they wanted the oven for the supper, Mr. Ostrander must have dined with a gentleman. The shaded room began to cool about her. It was time to open the blinds to the breeze from the bay. It was time for the sensitive shadow of the jasmine to deepen across the tea-rose tree, and the sharp edges of the orange leaves to grow blunt in the eye that was strained with peering across them to the empty road. It was time for Philip Ostrander to come home. Steps upon the sand, manly steps enough, impetuous and ringing, as of one who hurried up to say, "Did I frighten you getting back so late?" The jaunty hotel waiter looks up as he goes by. The light flares on the big seal ring he wears. He has a red sea-bean upon his watch-guard. He lifts his hat to the quadroon cook, who is opening oysters in the orange grove below. Steps upon the sand. He will be sure to watch the windows through the opening in the clump of fig-trees. By leaning out across the ledge a trifle, not too far because the guava bough sweeps up, one can see him turning. How poetic is this southern light upon long Saxon hair! And in a man a smile is rare, like this for which a woman waits, with color spent and breath in leash, and head bent low to listen, her cheek upon her two hands stretched palm to palm. Why will the tourists go to walk upon this street? It is the hour for the veranda and the shore, the forest and the yacht. Impossible to understand why anybody should want to wade across the sand. She leans upon his arm with a pretty color, a superficial thing, overdressed and simpering. How can a woman love a man who carries his cane like that? His gloves are too light. There is a blue heron's wing upon her bonnet. They whisper together. They laugh and nod. The orange tree casts a long shadow over the fence, through which they pass, leaning and still. They do not note the length of the shadow. They do not care if it grows late. Steps upon the sand. It yields slowly to a weary foot, overtasked perhaps in wandering about the marshes, or a trifle lamed upon these awkward stirrups. He will limp up to the gate. It will be a minute's work to bound from the window, to clear the stairs, the veranda, the yard, to stand panting and strong. He will lean upon her shoulder as he did in the meadow once at home on a September noon. He will stoop and say, "Was I gone too long?" The old woman was a slave. She cringes as she walks. Her head is bent well nigh at right angles from her shoulders. Her turban is made of the MacGregor plaid. Her fingers are yellow. The third knuckle on the left hand is mutilated. It is a sickly sight. The child with her is an octoroon. She has blue eyes, and ties her hair with a lavender ribbon. The child says it is supper-time. One must be very strong and happy to watch these people. Steps upon the sand. Ah, there!
How dull is fear! What a dotard is anxiety! Of course he would ride the pony horse. They are short, clean steps, very clear and pleasant for a marsh tacky's foot. It is not wise to look any longer through the rift between the fig tree and the guava. To wait a little for a relief from overpressure were the gentler and the gladder way. The pony will come shying to the gate, a little obstinate, wanting to get to the stable, bruising the rider's leaping foot gently against the fence. She will wait and meet him at the landing. There are so many people down below. As he stoops, he will laugh a little, touching her beneath the chin. Her lips, already stirring, say, "You shall never go alone again." The sportsman rides well. The young fellow is fitted with white gloves. He is fresh from a hunting trip up the Ocklawaha or the lakes. He is in a hurry for a civilized supper. His horse is white too, and he rides fast. There is a shower behind them. Horse and rider bound before it. Children, unseen behind the guava trees, cry that it is thundering. The air blackens down upon the river, the little yachts take in their sails, the surf stretches out its arms, the wind gets him to his solemn feet, the orange blossoms break and blow in, beating about the darkening room. In the confusion the supper bell rings shrilly, and the people on the veranda scatter, laughing, from the rain. "Better let her go," said Mr. Smith. "You couldn't petrify her to stay at home, sir," said Jeff. Jeff had learned that word in the spelling lesson that morning. He had not had an opportunity to use it in good society before. Jeff was very fond of Mrs. Ostrander. He felt that it would be a comfort to her, under these anxious circumstances, that he should acquaint the other boarders with some evidence of his proficiency under her educational attentions. For similar reasons he stopped and said distinctly, "Miss Ostrander, I don't wish to be personal, but have you got a postage stamp?" By that time all the boarders were upon the veranda to see them start. Jeff felt a little jealous of Mr. Smith. One driver, at least a driver who could spell petrify, was enough for any lady. And that they should meet Mr. Ostrander directly, every boarder in the house was well agreed. It was agreed, however, that Mrs. Ostrander would feel relieved to start and find herself well upon the way toward her husband, who was later than an invalid had better be upon a stormy night. It was still raining lightly, but the restless clouds gave promise of a moon, whenever they should yield the wild field to which Avis uplifted her young face. The scant lamps of the town dwindled, nodding like old acquaintances to the passer. Knots of brightly dressed tourists flashed by. The faces of the great hotels and little shops turned their blazing brows away. Avis was perfectly familiar with her husband's usual haunts, and she directed her course at once toward the heart of the swamp. She sat quite still. The two men talked in low tones, as if in the presence of a sick person. Once Jeff tried to draw her into conversation. He said, "Miss Ostrander, what I want to know is, how you don't go spell Agamemnon?" Jeff thought this would be a comfort to her. He prided himself upon the delicacy of his comprehension of Mrs. Ostrander. He did not know a boy in the hotels who had so handsome a lady, and he knew a good many boys who had 8 at a table the winter through. In his heart Jeff was much out of patience with Mr. Ostrander. He expected to find that he had taken too much. That and consumption were the only things which ever happened to northern gentlemen in Pilatka. "Don't you think," suggested Mr. Smith, hesitating, "that I had better first take out the horse and reconnoitre a little? Jeff will stay and take care of you." Avis turned her face towards him in the faint, perturbed light. She did not speak. "Drive on, Jeff," said Mr. Smith, with a sigh. It was now between 8 and 9 o'clock. The moon, as they entered the nave of the forest, came climbing into sight uncertainly, like a woman tripping on her robe. The beaten clouds sank towards the river, which it was no longer possible to see. Faintly, as a spent breath, as they rode in between the pines, Avis fancied that she heard the invisible waves upon the invisible shore. It seemed at first supernaturally dark within the woods. Optical illusions flared for a few moments before her eyes. She saw words stamp themselves and melt upon the air, and when she would read them, they were the words which Dante saw upon the lips of hell. This excitement subsided as soon as she had accustomed her eyes to the shadow. She had been there once before, with Philip, upon a brighter night, but they had not ventured far. He feared the malaria from the swamps. Her courage grew more rational as the great beauty of the wilderness closed in about them. The moon was now clear, and the light leaned in, sweet and sane, upon the gently resistant shadow. As they advanced, sickening odors stole up. Beyond the patrol of cedars the swamp lay skulking. It would soon be necessary to conduct their search on foot. As they stood calling, the mocking-birds began to answer them. Jeff wished he could see her face. He came up and touched her on the sleeve. He felt that Mr. Smith could not be expected to understand the necessities of the occasion.
Mr. Smith had not put the chair up to the table 3 times a day for those two. The mulatto's yellow jaws began to work. "Oh, Miss Ostrander, I got him now. I done got him on the way before we tie the horse. I got Agamemnon right easy in my mind at last. Aggy. But Agamemnon was too much for poor Jeff, and choked him mercilessly in the swallowing. Jeff shrunk back. He thought she would have been so pleased. He might as well let Mr. Smith comfort her now. But Mr. Smith fell back a little too. Mrs. Ostrander gently pushed him by, and took the lead in silence, beating down the Spanish bayonet which tore her feet. In the moonlit opening the purple poison from the swamp had a clean color, like brown snow. Her slight figure seemed to wrestle with the dumb, unwilling darkness as she bent into it. Dawn comes with the reverent and delicate touch of a lover to the Florida waste. That night his arms stole with what seemed a special gentleness about her heart. It had been such a peaceful and womanly night. There had been no wind or rain, no blindness and no horror. It was quite warm, too. Even a sick man might breathe the air in safety. Avis had not tottered for an instant in her resolute hope. She should find him. God was merciful. As the moon dipped, a strange, shrill bird awoke and chirped, and slept again. Gliding creatures began to stir and skulk away, like evil thoughts before clean eyes, or terror before joy. The lamp black of the distant shadows leaned to purple, the near undergrowth grew gray. Looking to the sky, one saw that it changed color, like a cheek. Suddenly then the tops of the pines yielded, and each green needle fired. The fine outline of the cedars revealed itself sinuously, like Etruscan screens of old gold wire. The loath moss stirred, and showed bluish white. The wild oranges seemed to tremble, like conscious creatures to whom the sun was plighted first. The rose curlews moved, tall, slender, and haughty. They looked less like birds than breathing roses. Avis, looking up, saw one rise, glad as a departing soul, and hover, burning to be gone, upon the air. Below him the light stole but slowly to the level where a human face might lie expectant of it. She pushed her way into the thicket, spreading her hands out, it was still so dark there. As she did so, she was conscious of being confronted by a close pair of gentle, puzzled eyes. She stopped short, and flung her hands before her face. "Jeff!" she cried. "It is the marsh pony!" The light was now deepening fast, and the two men instinctively and authoritatively drew the woman back. From the moment of finding the horse she had begun to tremble, and when they spoke to her she obeyed. As they beat about the opening, Jeff looked back over his shoulder. The mists of the damp place were turned red and rich, and through them he saw that she had fallen on her knees. She looked like one bathed in a scarlet flood. Then the live oak bough swept in between them, and Jeff, for he could not see, went stumbling on. The white man and the mulatto looked at each other. "Sir," said Jeff, lifting his head after a silence, "I've set the chair for him for most 2 months, and there was the writin' and the spellin' as she was so good. She would suspect me to be the man of us two to tell her. It ain't your fault, sir, that you can't be looked to understand her feelings, sir, so well." She had risen from her knees when he had met her. She made no sound, but staggered. She still had her hands before her eyes. Jeff came up. He touched her, cringing, on the sleeve. "Oh, Miss Ostrander, dear, he didn't take too much. He only took a bleeding. And he says we was to break it to you easy, and that he's glad to see you, ma'am, and has been done expectin' you, and that you're not to mind. And oh, Miss Ostrander, now I think if you was to stop a minute, just easy where you stand, and spell a little, it would clear your mind out. He don't look so bad as some does. But if you was just to stop, before you sees him, it's only just behind the live oak yonder. Miss Ostrander, dear." The daybreak sought them out gently. In the pathless forest whose solemn purpose no man knew, they clung to one another, and thanked God. He had been merciful. Care and change had done their worst. Beaten life had given challenge to their love. They could bear the incident of death. In that hour they were less grieved because they must be parted, than blessed because they loved each other. She had found him lying quite peacefully, expecting her. As she knelt, gathering his head upon her breast, the sun arose upon the wilderness. In the splendor he looked young to her, and a future in his face returned her gaze. He felt her arm and her warm breath, and smiled boyishly. "It is hard to believe that a man can die here," he said. He turned his cheek, and hers touched it. He asked her not to move.
He had not suffered much, he said, nor long, and he felt sure she would come. He had not doubted for a moment. It was a pretty long night, but he knew she was not far. Once he thought he heard her, and the pony wandered off. It was more lonely after the pony went. But she must not mind. It had been warm and bright, and it had not been hard. Nothing had been hard, but the chance, if she had been too late, that would have been pretty hard. But he knew that she would come. Then he asked her to lift him a little more upon her arm, and if he tired her too much. After that he seemed to sleep lightly. He upheld his face as if he drank her abundant breath. When he awoke, he said, "Avis, do you remember, once, how you said that you would like to die?" "Hush, my darling. Yes." "Love, if I ask it, will you kiss my breath away? When I speak again, will you kiss me on the lips?" "Oh, my darling. Oh, my darling. Yes." "Avis." When she lifted her face, the rose curlew hung overhead, palpitating with joy. The two men had long since withdrawn into the forest. Chapter 25 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 25. A dream of man and woman, diviner still, but human, solving the riddle old, shaping the age of gold. Whittier. Upon the shores of the river as she went home, the young fine fronds were thrusting aside the unfaded leaves. The forest stood in a pale and tender fog of green, as if an unseen artist had blurred it with a blender, perhaps to deceive an over-wary eye as to his real intent in touching it at all. There was something at once unutterably delicate and urgent in the advance of the deathless spring upon the deathless summer. The eye leaned upon it with the relief which it finds in sunset, sunrise, zenith, fire, or sea, in those things only which bring the thought face to face with what is unfathomable. The heart bowed before it, quickened to ask, "Where shall I find eternity without resurrection?" She travelled alone, tearless and excited. She felt strong and strained. As yet she was filled less with a sense of loss than of love. Philip seemed quite near, nearer than when it had been possible to be conscious of any imperfection in himself or in their union. Only his ideal visited her heart. She was not without a strange exultant sense that now she never could see a weakness or a flaw in him again. Life might try her cruellest, she could not fret them now. She thought of him with something of the proud and peculiar triumph of the widowed girl, who kneels to the vision of the man whose wife she never was, to learn to reverence him by one blind thrill the less. Unheard, he seemed to her tense mood to speak to her as she rode solitary, and his voice had the tone of the wooing and the bridal time. Unseen to her soul's eyes, he journeyed with her, and his face had the look of its first youth and the beauty of its noblest hour. Their relations seemed to her to run on quite uninterrupted. He leaned over her shoulder to read their undivided life. He had but turned a leaf before her in the story without an end. Aunt Chloe was sitting in the twilight with the little girl asleep across her generous arms. The geraniums in the windows were all pink that year. Aunt Chloe watched them while she hushed the child. The professor walked rather feebly up and down the silent study. He had been saying to his sister that he was growing old, he thought, and that the house seemed lonely. He stopped to write the picture of Sir William, whose fresh grey cord had twisted on its polished hook, and wondered who had taken Locke's understanding from the left elbow of the mahogany sofa, and if Professor Brown would call again to see about that pet chemist of his, who was marked so low on intuition, and how long it was since they had heard from Avis, and what it meant that we were having such a merciful spring, and said how green the grass was, even now, upon the yard. And then Aunt Chloe heard the gate click, and when they looked out across the pink geraniums, Avis, in her widow's dress, alone, was walking up between the blades of grass. Aunt Chloe went out and led her in, asking no questions and saying no word. She led her into the study, to her father, and put her baby into her arms, and went out and shut the door. And then Avis drew in her breath, and shook suddenly, and so began to cry. No solitude is so solitary as that of inharmonious companionship, and besides certain other phases of her life, her present one seemed at first to Avis to lack the essential qualities of loneliness. It was with that vivid belief, which has the character of consciousness to imaginative minds, in Philip's watchful and intelligent sympathy, that she directed her energies to the object which her marriage and its consequences had interrupted. She opened the garden studio while the apples budded, and there she stayed patiently for a year. They questioned her little or none, and she worked in an absolute taciturnity, not characteristic of her sweet and kindly temper, which was quick to sacrifice an instinct of reticence to one of consideration for the feelings of a friend. Aunt Chloe knew there was a portrait of little Jack Rose, and suspected a picture for the exhibition, and tried to remember that it showed a lack of acquaintance with life to be hurt by the conduct of the afflicted. When the year was out, Avis one day locked the studio, took her little girl, and went to find her father. She crossed her hands and stood before him, much in the attitude in which she stood on that June morning when she read Aurora Leigh. Only now, between her folded palms, she held the fingers of the child. She said, "Next week, father, I shall go into the art school, and teach, and I think I can get a private class besides."
"Do you suppose," asked the professor after a sad silence, "that your mother would think this to be best, my dear?"
More largely, perhaps, than a smaller man, the professor's sympathy yielded what his intellect grudged. He felt that he had made one of the concessions of his life in intimating to his daughter her mother's possible approval of her personal ambitions, or regret at their obstruction, since, of course, when his daughter had married, it was to be assumed that she yielded the tastes and occupations of her maidenhood, like other women, like her mother before her. But the professor could not argue with the eccentricities of an afflicted child. His daughter's frosted future chilled him like some novel defect in the laws of nature, as if the sun should elect upon whose roof it should shine, or the rain pass him by to visit his neighbor's field. "It is of no use," said Avis wearily. "My pictures come back upon my hands. Nobody wants them now. They tell me that my style is gone. Goupil says I work as if I had a rheumatic hand, as if my fingers were stiff. It is true my hand has been a little clumsy since Van. But the stiffness runs deeper than the fingers, father. Never mind. Don't mind. We've given it up. Wait and I. Haven't we, Wait?" "I don't understand you," said the little girl distinctly. Avis's daughter was a logical little body, clear-headed, speaking only when she had something to say. Wait did not understand what it was that had been given, did not see that anything had been given to anybody. It certainly was not grandpa's hour for the cough lozenge, and preferred not to allow herself to be compromised on any matter on which she was not perfectly clear. Her mother stood looking blindly down. Wait pulled at her dress unnoticed. "Your little daughter speaks," said the professor. Wait stood patiently, a sturdy lassie, with straightforward eyes and a healthy temper of her own, aware that she was not of much importance to her mother just then, but perfectly able to bide her time. Avis continued to look down with her eyelids half closed. It did not seem as if she saw her. Something as elemental in Philip Ostrander's wife as the love of their child required her attention at that moment. She wondered how it would have been if she had cared for him in some other way, like some other women, if she had been made of tougher tissue, if her feeling for that one man, her husband, had not eaten into and eaten out the core of her life, left her a riddled, withered thing, spent and rent, wasted by the autocracy of a love as imperious as her own nature, and as deathless as her own soul. But she would do it all over again, all. She would never love him by one throw the less. Avis stretched out her arms into the empty air. She did not know how to express distinctly, even to her own consciousness, her conviction that she might have painted better pictures, not worse, for loving Philip and the children, that this was what God meant for her, for all of them, once, long ago. She had not done it. It was too late now. And Wait was watching her with resolute, critical eyes, tugging at her hands now, with lip put up, would have cried if she had been a baby like Ave Rose. Avis turned with a supple motion, and snatched the little girl. "I have my child!" she cried. She thought of this more often after that. All was not over. The child had her life to live. The parental resurrection came to Avis, as other forms of tenderness had done, slowly, but with passionate intelligence. She seemed to herself to be the first woman in the world who had said, "My child shall not repeat my blunders," or, "What does it all matter, if my child may be spared my sorrows?" Wait developed with the rapidity of most solitary children, quite in her own fashion. When she was 4 years old, her mother came to aunt Chloe one day, rigid with dismay. Aunt Chloe sprang, dropping the cotton flannel for the beneficiaries. "Is it her fingers, or her throat? Oh, did I leave the oxalic acid out?" "I asked her if her doll was asleep," gasped Avis, "and she said, 'Hush, mamma! It has been the object of my life that she should not know she was a doll.'" "Her forehead is too full," said the doctor, exactly as if he had not said it to every other mother on his list that morning. "Keep her out of school till you are convinced she is a dunce. Turn her out of doors with no more restriction than a cricket." One mother on the list at least obeyed him, and one elected lassie was let loose upon the wide Harmouth fields and shore. Before she could read a line, Avis's daughter was a splendid little animal. At this point the mother's heart withdrew, and took counsel of itself. It must be clearly remembered that Avis had been reared in social and intellectual conditions whose tendency is strictly to the depression of novelty in conduct or opinion. There are always phases of progress vital enough, perhaps, to their little coteries of prophets or disciples, competent even (heaven forbid that one be dull of imagination about any remote forms of humanity) to their own organisms, circulation, heart-throbs, possibly, which the life of a university town can hardly be supposed to enter upon its curriculum of interests. Religion, sex, race, class, or whatever, looks for no recognition of its discrowned state from the centres of scholastic culture. The moral evolution comes slowly to the intellectual specialist, as faith to the physicist, or doubt to the poet, or geometry to the artist. Phases of thought quite familiar to most thoughtful people to-day, forms of advance pressing silently against thoughtful and thoughtless now alike, Avis had been trained to regard with the calm curiosity with which a free thinker tries to regard a Christian, a being in the nature of things of inferior culture, because cherishing a superstition which is, in the nature of things, barbaric. As free from the compression of any agitating influence or upheaval as if she and Wait had been sitting sheltered on a summer day in a convent garden, side by side among the sultry flowers, while the music from the altar sounded on, and the sweet veiled women passed with holy feet, Avis, with her earnest eyes and tender mouth and tired brows, found herself face to face with the future of her child. She found herself in the sensitive state of one who has made a gradual but radical change of climate. Horizons with which her own youth was unacquainted beckoned before her. The hills looked at her with a foreign face. The wind told her that which she had not heard. In the air strange melodies rang out. Uninterpreted colors gathered about the rising of the sun. Her own chastised aspiration looked humbly out upon the day whose story she should never read. We have been told that it takes 3 generations to make a gentleman. We may believe that it will take as much or more to make a woman. A being of radiant physique, the heiress of ancestral health on the maternal side, a creature forever more of nerve than of muscle, and therefore trained to the energy of the muscle and the repose of the nerve, physically educated by mothers of her own fibre and by physicians of her own sex. Such a woman alone is fitted to acquire the drilled brain, the calmed imagination, and sustained aim, which constitute intellectual command. A creature capable of this command, in whom emotion intensifies reflection, and passion strengthens purposes, and self-poise is substituted for self-extravagance, such a creature only is competent to the terrible task of adjusting the sacred individuality of her life to her supreme capacity of love and the supreme burden and perils which it imposes upon her. A man in whom the sources of feeling are as deep as they are delicate, as perennial as they are pure, whose affection becomes a burning ambition not to be outvied by hers, whose daily soul is large enough to guard her, even though it were at the cost of sharing it, from the tyranny of small corrosive care which gnaws and gangrenes hers, such a man alone can either comprehend or apprehend the love of such a woman. No man conceives what a woman will do or dare for him, until he has surprised her nature by the largest abnegation of which his own is capable. Let him but venture the experiment, if he will find himself vanquished by her in generosity to the end of the sweet warfare. Then first he knows what he has won, for then only does she suffer him to know. It is not till then that reverence and surrender radically begin their life in her. Nay, then, he is the man, he only among men, who understands what a woman's tenderness is. With her he is a crowned creature, but with him she is a free one. Avis was a careworn woman, and, like most people with whom life has dealt intensely and introspectively, the pressure of the advancing upon the retreating generation touched her personality more than her philanthropy or philosophy. Were there subtle readings of the eternal riddle astir upon the desert? Had the stone lips of the Sphinx begun to mutter? God knew, and the desert knew, and the dumb mouth. For her, she had her child. It would be easier for her daughter to be alive and be a woman than it had been for her. So much as this she understood. More than this she felt herself too spent to question. She folded her arms about the little girl, and laid her cheek upon her hair, and closed her eyes. She had the child. She had the child. Once, sitting with Coy in the parsonage parlor, the two women fell to talking of matters of which they did not often speak. Coy had the immense power of incommunicativeness sometimes found in simple and even impulsive women, in whom a kind of heart supplies the place of a deep imagination. For years now, with Avis, Coy's instinct had kept her close to the surface of the immediate. She felt it to be natural that there was always something not to be talked about in Avis's life. It was the way with women like Avis, to whom things happened. Nothing had ever happened to Coy, except John and the children. Coy had 3 children. They were not kept out of the parsonage parlor any more than the sun or the air. Coy's children did not tire her. She looked radiantly at Avis across the brisk Babel in which they sat. Coy wore a morning cap with purple ribbons. She had some pink ones, but took them out for the baby. She wondered how it was that people minded growing old. They talked a little that morning about the geological professor and his new book. Avis spoke calmly of the great gratification which the trustees found in his success. They spoke of the people who rented the house in High Street, and how they had built an L, and cut down the elm tree, and altered the porch. Then Coy spoke of Chatty Hogarth's Odyssey Club, and of the poem Mrs. Hogarth had written for the denominational weekly. "She asked me how my babe was yesterday," said Coy. "I never want to know another thing about a woman than that she calls a baby a babe. I hope she won't suffocate the Odyssey Club. But they say there are some fine law students in it. Rather young, though, I should think. And the girls that are coming along study Greek, and are really very pretty, Avis. That stratum just below us, you know, that were flirting with freshmen when we were engaged. Oh, look out, Avis. Wait will cut herself putting Jack's screwdriver into the baby's dimple." Then they talked a little about Wait, and a little about John and the children, and then they spoke of Stratford Allen's housekeeper, and when Coy had told her how comfortable she made him since Barbara went, and how glad everybody was that Stratford was so well cared for, and how much good he did with all his money, and how many fine pictures he had in his house, she said she supposed Avis knew that the woman's name was Jessup, and that she came from Texas, where her husband had got shot. "And of course you've heard," said Coy absently, "that Stratford bought your Sphinx last winter." Coy spoke lightly, but her own voice sounded to her as if she had said, "He bought your soul." She rather wished she had said nothing about the Sphinx. She hurried on to speak of Barbara, who had not married her minister, but only a New York business man. It was a trial for a Harmouth girl, but Barbara bore it well. Then she talked a little of John and the children, and after that she spoke of the last alumni meeting, and said that John said the wish to put up the monument in Florida originated with the members of Professor Ostrander's first class, the men who were under him in his opening year at college, clever men, John said, and that they spoke of Philip with emotion. And then, by way of variety, she talked of John and the children a little more. "You seem to keep pretty well," said Avis after a silence, "with all your care, Coy." The words sounded superficial enough. Coy felt that Avis would rather be taken on her own level, and answered carelessly, "Pretty well, Avis. There's about so much bother in everybody's life, I suppose. Some people take it in high tragedy. I take mine out in the mumps. I own my married life would have been happier if they hadn't all had the mumps while John was in Philadelphia, and Sarah laid up with her broken ankle, and Deacon Bobley out on a heresy hunt, and the American Board, as nearly as I understand it, destined to become bankrupt, unless it could pay off its debt out of our church. I own so much, Avis. And besides, I'll tell you, I never told it before. Ave, run away with Jack and wait a minute. There is one thing I must admit. I do not like to ask John for money. There. But that is all, Avis." Was it all, indeed?
It was a peaceful, pleasant story. As the children shut the door, it seemed very still suddenly in the parsonage parlour. The sun was upon the worn carpet and the playthings, Coy's sewing-chair and little garments lying half-made, and purple ribbons, and upon the baby in her lap. Coy looked up from her sewing, and saw Avis sitting there and watching her, as the country, wasted by civil war, pauses to look off upon the little neutral state. A spark sprang into Coy's incurious, gentle face. " It is nature," she cried. " Explain it how you will." " But I," said Avis in a low voice, after an expressive pause, " I am nature too. Explain me, Coy." Coy did not answer. It was to be expected that Avis should be more or less unintelligible. But when Avis turned presently to go, she kissed her, looking up with puzzled, affectionate eyes. Then she lifted the baby a little higher on her neck, and went into the study to talk to John. " Somehow," said Coy, " I am always more sorry for Avis when I go away and think about her than I am when I sit and talk with her." " Poor girl !" said John Rose. As they stood in the window, leaning together, Avis, in her widow's dress, in the color of the morning, passed by, leading her little daughter by the hand. When they were at home that day, more silently perhaps than usual, Wait in the corner with her picture books, and her mother sitting with crossed hands and vague eyes, the child came up and said in her distinct, impressive fashion, " Mamma, I cannot read this story till I am old enough ; but it is a pretty story, and I want to hear it. The man has a yellow saddle, and his horse is red. Read me what he had a red horse for, and where he went to. Read me why the saddle was yellow. Read me. Read me. Read me till there is no more to read." Wait stood leaning a little, and stroking the back of her mother's hand with the palm of her own. If anybody had noticed this, she would have stopped ; but mamma understood about such things. She did not talk and make a fuss. Avis took the book and read. She sat with her profile toward the child. Sir Launcelot rode over thwart and endlong in a wide forest, and held no path but as wild adventure led him. Then Sir Launcelot looked round, and saw an old chapel, but could find no place where he might enter. And as he lay, half waking and half sleeping, he saw the holy vessel of the Sangreal pass by him. So thus he sorrowed till it was day, and heard the fowls of the air sing. Then the hermit led the young knight to the Perilous Seat, and he lifted up the cloth, and found there letters that said, "This is the seat of Sir Galahad, the good knight. This is he by whom the Sangreal shall be achieved." Now the name of the young knight was Sir Galahad, and he was the son of Sir Launcelot du Lac. End of Chapter 25. End of the Story of Avis, by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps.